1.8101C for the purpose of a discussion relating to pending litigation. Public discussion of this matter and identification of the specific matter would disclose litigation strategy and have an adverse impact upon the legal and financial interest of the district. Is there a motion to go into the closed executive session at this time? Seconded by, motion by Board Member Craig, seconded by Dr. Chris. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It's unanimous. We will now adjourn from this room and go to our executive session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Wonderful. Thank you very much. The Board of Education met in executive session to discuss pending litigation pursuant to KRS 61.8101C of the Open Meetings Act. Public discussion of this matter and identification of the specific matter would disclose litigation strategy and have an adverse impact upon the legal and financial interest of the district. No action was taken while in the closed session. I will now entertain a motion to authorize the board counsel to effectuate a settlement in the matter identified in the closed section and pursuant to the terms discussed in the closed session. So at this time, is there a motion, please? Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. And this evening, Board Member McIntosh is unable to join us in person or virtually tonight. So you will have 6 board members for the meeting this evening. Thank you. Having said that, welcome to the February 28th business meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Education. We normally start our meeting with a moment of silence, which we will do tonight, but I'm going to ask Board Member Duncan had something she wanted to share, and then we will go immediately into the moment of silence. Ms. Duncan.
Well, I just would like to take a moment to express my appreciation to the nurses in our buildings out there. We had an incident today, an emergency situation at Medora Elementary, and the presence of the nurse, I think, was possibly saved the life of the student. And I just am so appreciative that we have them in our buildings.
Thank you. We will now have a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We will be led by our Superintendent, Dr. Marty Polio.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Chris will read the district's vision statement. Dr. Chris.
All Jefferson County Public School students graduate prepared, empowered, and inspired to reach their full potential and contribute as thoughtful, responsible citizens of our diverse, shared world.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is our recognitions and resolutions, and I am happy to introduce our Chief of Communications, Carolyn Callahan, will present tonight's recognitions. Thank you, Chief Callahan.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we are honored to recognize our spectacular accomplishments of our students, our staff, and our schools. Remember that every day, something great happens in every JCPS school. First, tonight, we are honoring JCPS nurse practitioner Angela Hayes. Angela is the first JCPS school nurse to achieve the National School Nurse Certification. To obtain this honor, Angela had to meet eligibility requirements that include educational preparation and practice hours. She then passed a 200-question exam and is now one of only 4,700 school nurses across the country to hold this distinction. Angela has been a nurse practitioner for 13 years. And I want to be sure to mention, just like Ms. Duncan, that we are appreciative and thankful for all of our school nurses and all they do for our students and our staff every day. Please join me in recognizing JCPS nurse practitioner Angela Hayes. Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Stone. Next tonight, we are recognizing Norton Commons Elementary School student Camden Ignato. Camden is a 5th grader at Norton Commons, and he used a school project to make a difference in our community. Camden had to include a community service in his project. Since he is Jewish and had been hearing a lot on the news about anti-Semitism, he created a public service announcement to raise money and awareness for the Anti-Defamation League. Camden raised $2,000 for ADL. Yes. He raised that money through this school project, and the organization was so impressed by Camden and thankful that they honored him at Norton Commons Elementary, and they even gave him a standing invite to be an intern when he is old enough. So congratulations, Camden. Thank you. Great job, Camden. Also tonight, we are honoring the Grace James Academy students who were part of the winning team for the inaugural JCPS Black History Bowl. As part of Black History Month, Grace James Academy and W.E.B. Du Bois students competed against each other in the Jeopardy-esque contest where students went head-to-head answering questions about Black history. The competition was really tight, I am told, and Grace James Academy pulled out the win on the final question. The winning team was made up of students Chloe Elliott, Janiyah Watson, Zion Cox, Layla Johnson, Kaylee Thomas, and Kamani Bussey. Kamani did the introductions. As part of this event, now the two schools in partnership with the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Poverty are going to pass a lantern that you see there. They're going to pass it back and forth each year. So the winning team will always get that lantern. So we want to congratulate Grace James Academy for their success for winning the Black History Bowl. Congratulations, great job. Can't wait to see where you put that lantern in the school. Thank you all. That concludes tonight's recognitions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chief Callahan, very much. Before people start saying goodbye, let's give everyone a huge round of applause. At this time, is there a motion to receive the recognitions, please? Board Member Dr. Schul, seconded by Board Member Craig. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. At this time, is there a recommendation for the approval of is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda? Dr. Chris, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the February 7th meeting? A motion to approve the minutes. Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Dr. Chris. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure at this time, pleasure to introduce to those who everybody knows them. I know, but somebody might be watching. So let's do the right way. It's my pleasure to introduce our superintendent for the superintendent's report tonight, Dr. Marty Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. Bring you the superintendent report for February 28th. I will try to be brief tonight as I know we have a full agenda, but I did want to talk a little bit about the start time proposal that we will be presenting to you. When we present this to you, you will be hearing more about the specifics of the proposal. Instead of my superintendent's report, I'd really like to focus on data and research, because in my 5 years, we have tackled a lot of controversial issues. I don't think there has been one issue where the data and research is as irrefutable and undeniable as the one I'm putting in front of you tonight. And so we're going to talk about the data and the research. There's very few things I've brought to you where the research has so much clarity as this issue does right now. As a matter of fact, I picked out 4 or 5 peer-reviewed research studies. There were 500 to pick from. That's how clear the research is on this topic. So first and foremost, the data itself that is compelling. You've seen this data, the attendance data that I brought up last time. We have 37,411 middle and high school reside students. You can see the data on attendance right now. Last year, 50% were chronically absent. This year, 45%. 65% of those are students of color. 47% of those students of color are chronically absent. We will not break into the achievement gap. We will not increase our outcomes for students until we take care of this data right here. This is one piece of it, but it is a very important piece of improving this attendance data. You know the missed instruction. 20,000 students have missed class now due to late buses. 3 million minutes by the end of the year. As I said last Thursday, it will be 5 million minutes of instruction have been lost. I could talk about all the burdens that this has placed on staff, but we're just focusing right here today on missed instruction. And so the data is clear. Unless we do something, missed instruction will continue. But most importantly, and I know you can't read all of this, but I'm going to highlight a few research studies, peer-reviewed, nationally recognized studies. I'm not going to read the whole thing. This will be on the KSBA site for you to see, but I'll highlight some of the, I think, important points of this. Halfway down this page from the American Academy of Pediatrics, a statement they put out. Furthermore, a substantial body of research has now demonstrated that delaying school start times is an effective countermeasure to chronic sleep loss and has a wide range of potential benefits to students with regards to physical and mental health, safety, and academic achievement. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly supports the efforts of school districts to optimize sleep in students and urges high school and middle schools to aim for start times that allow students the opportunity to achieve optimal levels of sleep and improve physical and mental, so lower rates of depression, health, safety, drowsy driving, crashes, academic performance, and quality of life, all from the American Academy of Pediatrics. I think the next one was a 2014 study at the University of Minnesota. Very compelling. The results from this 3-year research study conducted with over 9,000 students in 8 public high schools in 3 states reveal that high schools that start at 8:30 a.m. or later allow for more than 60% of students to attain at least 8 hours of sleep. Teens getting less than 8 hours of sleep reported significantly higher depression, greater use of caffeine, and are at greater risk for making poor choices for substance use, academic performance outcomes, including grades earned in core subject areas, math, English, science, and social studies, plus performance on state and national achievement tests, attendance rates, and reduced tardiness show significantly positive improvement with later start times. Finally, the number of car crashes for teen drivers was reduced by nearly 70% when shifted from 7:35 a.m. to 8:35 p.m. A study out of Seattle in 2018 in Science Advances magazine. It says towards the bottom, it is certainly reasonable that students who are better rested and more alert should display better academic performance. Last, the later school starts led to an increase in punctuality and attendance that remarkably was only evident in the economically disadvantaged school. Obviously, attending school and arriving on time to school is beneficial for learning, and this result suggests that delaying high school start times could decrease the learning gap between low and high socioeconomic groups. Adolescent sleep patterns, as you can see, transition away from the early school days. About halfway through, our study clearly showed that early start times for adolescents were associated with significant sleep deprivation. The consequences of insufficient sleep in adolescents are substantial. Excessive sleepiness of the degree documents here can be associated with performance decrements, memory lapses, mood changes, as well as behavior problems. In susceptible young people, this pattern may lead to academic, behavioral, and psychological problems, as well as increased risk for accidents and injuries, particularly for teenage automobile drivers. And finally, the National Institute of Health. They called this article the perfect storm. The list of negative outcomes associated with insufficient sleep is lengthy and ranges from sleepiness and mood disturbances noted above, inattention, poor grades, behavior problems, substance use, driver crashes, overweight, and immune system compromise. For some adolescents, the issue can present as sleep onset insomnia that may be associated with a circadian phase delay. When combined with a lack of motivation, depressed mood, and fatigue, a depressive disorder is often the initial assumption. An approach that targets sleep timing and phase adjustment is likely to be ameliorative. At the end of the day, the pediatrician can have the most positive impact by intervening in any number of levels. I put the first bullet. Encourage your local school districts to consider starting the school later for adolescents. So this is just 5 studies. It obviously shows attendance increases. It shows that tardiness decreases, academic achievement increases, both grades at state testing, mental and physical health improves. There is a decline in discipline issues as a result of this, and car crashes decrease from our student drivers. So once again, I think it is the most compelling, the most irrefutable data and research that I've brought to you at any point in time during my superintendency. Thank you, Chair Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Polio. One thing that I need to add is this evening, we're expecting a guest from the Council of Great City Schools to join us virtually. The board is going through a professional development process, and there's some work that we will do tonight at this board meeting, but we are going to move on with our business agenda until they are ready to join us. Uh-oh, he's here. So we're not going to move on with our agenda. We do have one student to speak this evening, so I'm not exactly sure if we should not let the student go on and speak now, if that's okay. Okay, because it's important. We want our students to speak, but we don't want them to be here until 9 o'clock. So at this time, I will introduce Rashad Nash, and he's going to talk about weapons and dangerous instruments. And there's something that is Rashad here? Rashad Nash. Okay, he is not here, so we will move on at this time with the work. I will turn it over. I've mentioned why we are working with the Council of Great City Schools. Anything in life you can do it better. So it is our goal to work together as a board with this professional development opportunity to help us as a board to look at the accountability for the things that we are providing for our students in the district. 2 words that we have learned already is input and outcome. So you will be hearing those words more often as we talk about plans that are coming to us. And the bottom line is the input that we're putting into that. And then there will be conversation about the outcomes for the dollars that we have invested and for the work that we're asking to be done. So having said that, I will turn it over to Dr. Polio, who will introduce the gentleman that will be working with us this evening, but this will happen tonight. As we move forward and we have to have these sessions, we will have special called meetings so that you're not sitting here looking at us like, what are you doing? It will be open meetings, but we will, from this point on, our meetings will be a special called meeting so that we're not holding up the agenda for the business meeting or the work session. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter. It's my honor to introduce our guest tonight, who is, I would consider, the foremost expert nationally on board superintendent relations and how to govern effectively for student outcomes. As a matter of fact, we just saw today he'll be releasing a book on March 28th. So excited to hear from him. So it's my honor from the Council of the Great City Schools to introduce A.J. Crabhill.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you and excited to have an opportunity to be of service. The Council of Great City Schools is a member organization of roughly the 80 largest urban serving school systems across the country. The work that the council does is specifically tailored towards supporting large school systems and improving student outcomes by supporting both the administration and the governance teams. What we want to offer to the governance team specifically is an opportunity to go through a continuous improvement process over the next couple of years that was simply designed to help the school board and the superintendent working together as a team get increasingly more focused on improving the outcomes for the students of Jefferson County. A large part of how that works is the board and the superintendent collectively getting clear about what are the results that the school system is going to focus on, creating a system to monitor progress toward those results, and being able to align the resources of the school system with those priorities, and being able to communicate back to the community on a regular basis about what's working, what's not working, and what adjustments the school system is making. We do this through providing intensive regimen of coaching. That's coaching for individual board members, for the superintendent, their cabinet. Again, generally over an 18 to 24 month period. We design a specific implementation timeline tailored to your unique needs, and then work with you closely over that timeline to implement it. This time, whatever questions you might have, I'd be happy to be responsive to.
Are there questions at this time? Okay. No questions? Okay, move forward.
There aren't any questions, AJ.
All right. Then, as always, if I can be of service, don't hesitate to reach out. That goes for not only superintendent, but also the board members, whether individually or collectively. We're excited to help pair you with colleagues from other large school systems across the country who will be part of our team of supporting you all in the months ahead. Thank you for your consideration. Have a blessed evening.
I think we're supposed to approve the contract first? Okay.
The approval of the timeline and the approval of the contract is within one motion, I think there.
So there are no questions about the timeline?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I want to make sure that I heard that correctly. There are no questions about the timeline. So then the item that we have to approve as a board is to approve the timeline and also the contract for governance as outcomes-focused governance. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the timeline for the board to implement student outcomes-focused governance and approve a contract with the Council of Great City Schools? Motion by Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member Craig. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The motion has passed, Mr. AJ.
Excellent. I will communicate this back to our team, and we will begin reaching out next week to put in place the first steps. I'll tell you that you have two different groups that we'll be working closely with. One is we'll be meeting with the leadership team to support your work, the chair, vice chair, superintendent, as you all are designing the agendas for the board. We'll be working with the implementation team, I believe is chaired by Board Member Marshall, to do a lot of the pre-work that then will come back to the full board so that we can move expeditiously. But again, we're excited to work with you all, and our team will start reaching out next week to get the process moving.
Chair Porter, really quickly. As chair of the implementation committee, I will offer to other board members, anyone that is interested in vice chairing this committee along with me, in order for us to make sure that we are encompassing everyone's voices as we put this work forward. So just speak to me afterwards tonight, email if you want to, if you are interested. Thank you.
Do you want to hear from the board members this evening, Board Member Marshall, as to who would like to work with you on your committee?
Yes, ma'am. They can either email me, just speak to me afterwards, after the meeting tonight. And then we can connect on the timeline as well. As I'll be speaking with AJ, also on a monthly basis as far as, the direction for the committee and adhering to the timeline. Because that's really the focus of the work of the committee, is to make sure that we are adhering to the timeline and doing our part to move this student outcome governance forward.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's
Madam
it,
Chair, are there any other questions?
unless there are other questions.
Okay, Mr. AJ, is there anything else that you want us to do at this time?
No, I look forward to the work and we'll be in touch.
We're finished? Okay, thank you so much. This is a preview of what we will be doing more of. So again, the goal is to be more focused on what boards are about, working for our students and our staff and our families. So thank you again. Our next session, when we work with the Council of Great City Schools, we will move forward in a special called meeting. So the next thing that we are going to move on to at this time is information items this evening. And our first information item is Black History Month presentation, and I will turn it over to Dr. Polio to introduce this to us, please.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. It's fortunate that we have a meeting on the 28th because, as you know, February ends in a little over 4 hours. So we did want to celebrate the things that are taking place in JCPS in celebration of Black History Month. I think we are getting the crew together here right now. As they come up, we're fortunate to have some students that will be presenting and some other folks that'll be presenting as well. So as they sit down, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Marshall.
All right, good afternoon. We'll be doing some musical chairs or doing some shuffling. They can sit back there. Ms. Fishback, you can just sit down if you want. We'll just let them talk. So first of all, this is a very important aspect of what we do. And I want to again remind the board that we approved a racial equity plan that said we will do things different. Now, although Black History Month is not different, what we thought we would do in recognition of this month and celebrating the board in and of itself is talk about how JCPS is addressing Black history, not just in February, but every day throughout the school year. And I will hand it over to our BSU sponsors that are here that can kind of speak to some of the work. Well, before we do that, Dr. Polio said clearly when we started doing this type of work that he wants Black student unions in every school. And we have more than 1,100 Black student unions, but I'll let them kind of talk to you more about the work and why it is important. And again, thank you, board, for this. And I'll have Mr. Finley come up.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. My name is Josiah Finley. I'm a 12th grader at Atherton High School. This year, I serve as my Black Student Union's president. Some of my roles include planning meetings and just coordinating with some of our community sponsors and things like that. This year, I'm also applying to colleges, of course. I've just been accepted to North Carolina A&T State University, and this past weekend, I went and applied for some full ride scholarships up there and interviewed for those as well. So we'll be hearing about that soon. So like I said, I serve as Atherton's Black Student Union president, and across the district, as you can see, there are over 1,100 students in BSUs. And some of those students really don't get the opportunity to talk about issues that affect them as it pertains to their race and any other place in their school. Specifically for me at Atherton, it being a predominantly white school, there are certain topics and conversations that I don't exactly feel comfortable with sharing with certain other students who don't exactly understand where I'm coming from. That is not just a trait that has been developed out of the blue. There are a lot of students who I've tried to have those discussions with, and it did not go well. And that is exactly what BSUs are meant to prevent. Furthermore, BSUs have some very, very ambitious community projects that we go through every single year. So JCTMS just this past year had held a school-wide food drive in partnership with Dare to Care in order to gather food to start a food pantry for the California neighborhood. And that is for students and families who cannot afford food and who are placed in food deserts and things like that. As we know, that is a very important issue in Louisville and in Kentucky as a whole. At Atherton, like I said, which is where I attend, we invited former Kentucky State Representative Charles Booker to speak to students about his experiences and his, this was last year, so his campaign and things like that. And we also were able to talk about getting registered to vote. And we actually had a voter registration table where over 100 of our Atherton students were able to register to vote. And for Wagner, I will welcome Miss Laura Motley to talk about their impact.
Good evening. My name is Laura Motley, and I'm a teacher at Wagner and the sponsor of the Black Student Union. This last semester, our BSU was invited by the National Geographic 2892 project to make a project based around something that our students are passionate about, and that was food deserts or food apartheids. And this past weekend, we presented at Justice Fest, and we walked away with a $30,000 donation to help fund our project, which is to put a nonprofit grocery store in the West End. Yeah. And our students also walked away with an internship with Dare to Care in the Urban League. So I just wrote a blog post for the Washington Post about our experience at the National Geographic Conference, which was at U of L. So our main goal this year has just been trying to get this food desert project off the ground. And so that's what we're working on right now.
Hi, I'm honored to be here tonight in representation of JCPS Academics and in partnership with DEP to emphasize that racial equity has to be used as the lens by which we view everything, especially curriculum. And I wanted to take a second to clarify what that curriculum really means. Curriculum is comprehensive academic content that progresses through a series of learning goals connected to grade level standards. And as part of this celebration, we want to emphasize that good curriculum lends itself to both guardrails and autonomy. So oftentimes we think it's prescriptive, that we're reading something every single day, that it's already decided. But what I want to emphasize is that choice and agency are part of good curriculum. And it's essential that we, the human beings, the teachers and the leaders, are the ones being responsive to our students' needs. And so that comes into our culturally responsive approach in both teaching and learning and DEP. And I want to emphasize again that human decision and action is the part that is culturally responsive. We can do our best to find the best text and to find the best curriculum, but we know that once it's published, it's on us to make sure that we're responsive to kids. So I wanted to emphasize some of those supports that we have through both DEP and teaching and learning. We have embedded supports like BETI, which is the Black Educator Teacher Institute. We have TOTE, which is Teams of Teachers for Equity. We have the Simple Pantry, which we're going to feature in our curriculum frameworks. We have the R tool, multicultural book lists, and then also regular curriculum reviews, where we are now using the framework of Goldie Muhammad. So some of those parts of the framework are, if you could go back one, that's okay. Identity. So asking ourselves, are our students seeing themselves in their community, in our curriculum, in our daily lessons, and everything that we're doing? Are there skills that we're developing? Are we still focused on standards attainment? Intellect. Everything that we ask of students should be knowledge building. So are we looking at things that are building their knowledge? Are we going deeper, not wider, not looking at check boxes? And then criticality, looking at power and equity dynamics to ensure our students truly are globally and culturally competent. So I will wrap up my section to emphasize a couple quotes from Goldie Muhammad that we want to emphasize every day. We want to engage students with text that creates social action and cause them to think differently as a result of what they read, and also create an environment that affords students the opportunity to shape their own ideas through acts of literacy. And again, we don't want to do that just this month, but every single day in JCPS. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lamanda Moore Rodriguez. I'm joined by my colleagues and fellow anti-racist specialist, Rachel Klein and Avon Cook. And so when it comes to TOTE, Teams of Teachers for Equity, and Betty, the Black Experience Teacher Institute, these are collections of lessons and units that challenge the curriculum. And these are teachers who we wanted to make sure that we amplified in JCPS for either already being culturally responsive educators or wanting to do that work. That comes from us supporting them to write some of those units that are thinking about our curriculum in a different way so that it can be transformed, and thinking about our students and engagement and helping to solidify that sense of belonging in the classroom.
Thank you, Lamanda. Good evening. So Dr. Greenwell made mention of choice and agency, and that is exactly what the Simple Pantry is a response to, and that stands for sharing instructional materials for people leading for equity. So that pantry is organized both by grade band and by content area, and it is meant for people to go and peruse and find resources that will absolutely enhance lesson plans and unit planning to pull in more of those unique and diverse perspectives that are oftentimes missing in what we are putting in front of our students. So we are really pleased with an item such as that because it really signifies exactly all of the things that Dr. Greenwell shared with us. And so you can see up there that there are a few topics that have been problematized through these processes, including looking at Hamilton and looking at the Derby and looking at Dr. Martin Luther King. So I know that we have some folks who can speak a bit more to the work that they've done around that, and we can continue to unpack.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Vanessa McPhail, and I'm going to talk to you all a little bit about Lit-An. Lit-An is a culturally responsive program that incorporates literacy along with the theme, and that theme can include karate, fencing, soccer, robotics, chess, you name it. All at the same time, the kids are learning, reading, along with having fun. They're engaged. They don't even realize how much learning they're doing because they're having so much fun. We bring in community partners. Most of them are MWBEs. And at the end of the program, we have a culminating event where we're able to showcase what they've learned to the parents and the community. This year, the Lit-An is going to bolster an Afrocentric curriculum which was put together by our resource teacher, Brian Smith. So every lesson will include an Afrocentric, what we call enhancement to it. And it really allows the students to see themselves through the history and connect with their learning to Afrocentric curriculum. Next, and one last thing, we will be doing spring break programs at 4 sites. And this summer or this spring, we're also doing lit and boxing. That's something new we're doing. And then we are also a part of Backpack where we'll be doing summer programs. The next program I want to talk to you about is called CARDS. It stands for Competency, Awareness, and Responsiveness to Diverse Students. It is a program that is in partnership with the University of Louisville, and it helps to prepare teachers so that they are better prepared to teach kiddos in our high poverty, high minority schools. We JCPS, DEP, pay for 15 of their credit hours. They're responsible for the other 15, but they're able to become advocates for their students. They're able to have a more diverse perspective, and they take classes in world religion, African-American culture, history, and philosophy, because when they complete the program, they earn what's called a diversity certificate, along with the master's in education. So it's a win-win where we partner with the University of Louisville. And again, it equips teachers to shift their thinking, and it's also a tool that is used for retention to keep our teachers in our high-need schools. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lamar Collins, Roots 101 African American Museum, where I tell young people they're descendants of kings and queens that were enslaved in America. Before I got started, Dr. Polio, you said something that I told my high school back in the 70s, they started too early. So thank you for making that a right decision. It's supposed to be a joke, I'm gonna laugh. But anyway, so Roots 101, we're a nationally recognized museum, and we've entrenched ourselves with the Jefferson County school system. I'm a product of Jefferson County school system. We held the first annual Black History Bowl at Roots. Along with that, it wasn't about competition between boys and girls. It was talking about Black excellence and understanding the history that they come from. And what we do at Roots 101, I always say we teach the future, not the past, because if we teach the future, we won't repeat the past. And then we had student tours. Students come into the museum all the time. We love the students. We get Jefferson County, we get private school systems in. We have a group called Sankofa Experience, where we do history through music and narration. So you understand history even in a deeper way than what you learned in the past. We've been nationally recognized with that program too. We did celebration of Black educators in Jefferson County schools, where they come to the museum once a quarter, and it's a safe place so we can talk about history, talk about education, talk about all the things we don't have the opportunity to talk in certain spaces. So it's just an honor and a blessing to be here. I want to invite each one of you to Roots 101, because if you haven't been there, you have not seen the work we do and the way we impact young people in this city. And I challenge you to come down to see what we do, because we make a difference with every kid that comes through that door.
Okay, and then Louisville Teacher Residency, we'll unpack this more when we do the racial equity update. But again, under the leadership of you all and Dr. Polio, the Louisville Teacher Residency under the leadership of Selena Fishback has expanded. And I want us to remind us in February, it's important to understand that there are districts that are backing off this kind of work. We are not. We are moving forward. We are unapologetically saying we need teachers of color to teach all students. So Louisville Teacher Residency is a program fortified under racial equity policy where we are putting people with undergraduate degrees in an accelerated program in the urban core, getting culturally responsive teaching and using the tools in which you all have sanctioned us to use to better inform and better teach our children. I will let the Louisville Teacher Residency staff speak about their work quickly.
Hello, my name is Wantrice Denson. I am a kindergarten teacher at King Elementary. And one of the things that we've done at our school, we actually had a school community Black History project. Each class was given what we call a Black hero, and my class was given Langston Hughes. And so my kindergartners, we researched Langston Hughes' journey, his accomplishments. And one of the things that we decided to do was to recite one of his poems that he was famous for, which is Harlem, A Dream Deferred. And they actually came up with their, they actually came up with their own movement to represent the words of his poem. And we were able to present that to our peers. And that was a great experience. So that was something that my little was able to take away from something that we did for Black History Month. And as far as as far as being a former resident of the Louisville Teacher Residency Program, they were very intentional about making sure that we knew what racial equity was, what it looked like within JCPS. One of the ways that they was able to do that was by by showing us what the ARE tool was, how to implement that in our lesson plans and our everyday instruction. And now with me being in the classroom, I'm able to give that to my students every day. And just to wrap my piece up, what Black history means to me, I always say the 3 Ps: progress, perseverance, and possibility.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shanae Sullivan Bullard, and I am a 4th grade teacher at Maupin Elementary. And what Black history means to me, it's more of like the roots, as the words of Malcolm X, a man with no history is like a tree with no roots. And so for me, those times where it's hard for me or I can't seem to find a way, I look back to those who came before me, who was able to make it in precedent times and was able to move forward and provide excellence for our community. Racial equity as a student in the LTR program, it actually provided me with a firm understanding of what that looked like. In addition to that, I also experienced it through the classwork that we've done, the professional developments that we encountered, and understanding that there was such a gap in achievement from our African-American students opposed to the other students that actually helped me from when I got into the classroom as a classroom experience with racial equity to make sure that I was providing my students with equitable education, including things like service projects, hands-on, creating hands-on artifacts, demonstrating their understanding from poetry events to a science exposition. Then we have one coming up, the American Revolution, historic experience, where not only do we highlight Caucasians or Europeans who made a difference or contributed, but we also highlight those African-Americans, those that were slaves or bought their freedom during that time as well. So just providing my students with those type of experiences actually has ignited a fire within them, and they are excited about learning. Black history began in my classroom the first day of school, where I spoke to our students and taught them about the Parkland community and the rich history of the Parkland community, and how Maupin, even though it was a different name then in 1891, has been able to stand firm throughout all the changes within our community. And from that gave them the confidence to know that they too are able to withstand and continue moving forward to complete greatness. Thank you.
Right. Good evening. My name is Brian Smith, and I'm a resource teacher for DEP. There's a film called The Woman King, and it stars Viola Davis. It's directed by Gina Prince by the Wood. And in this film, you discover the Dahomey women and their military acumen and their contributions to their nation. In this film, you will find African women of high regard dealing with issues of gender inequality and also slavery. And this film spurred the creation of the Woman King, I'm gonna say, project, which is a resource that is ready for high school and middle school teachers at the ready. Now, in this film, in this project, it's an amalgamation of articles and videos and things that celebrate and display the military feat of the Dahomey Nation. But more than that, this Women King project celebrates the Women Kings of Louisville. We are still in need desperately of to celebrate and to acknowledge what women of color do. And so within this project, not only are we visiting the past, but we're also celebrating the present as well, specifically for Women Kings of Louisville.
All right, so we're going to hand it over to two of our historical that this board also approved, two of our historical landmark schools under the leadership of this board and Dr. Polio, where they're going to kind of just talk about their experience of the first annual Du Bois Black History competition, where they are studying Black history every day, all day. And the girls beat y'all by 1 point at the last question.
We still won.
So sad, but I get it. I get it. All right, so the students are up.
Okay, hello, good evening. I am Janiyah Watson and I'm of the 8th grade class at Grace Gems Academy. And as you know, we won the first ever Black History Bowl and it was a friendly competition and it was fun learning about my history, but also having a friendly competition against my brothers and coming home with the win. And like, it was a way, it was a way to make learning history more interesting. And I really got to talk about something that I was truly passionate about.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Richards. I'm an 8th grade student of WEB Du Bois Academy. Also with the Grace James versus Du Bois debate with Black history, I was very impressed and passionate about how Du Bois and Grace James was able to come together to have a friendly debate, but also challenging to be able to come together to learn. Also, as my group of students who participated, we not only learned about facts we already knew, but there's multiple things I did not know about Black history that I learned during that time. So as we learned, we wasn't just learning old facts, but we persevered and learned more and more about our history that some people might not have known. Also, Black history is important to us at Du Bois and Grace James because Black history not only assails us, but teaches us where we come from, but also where we can be. At Du Bois Academy, we have persevered, we have grown, we have become we are becoming exactly who we want to be. We are able to excel. Also, Black history is important because it shows where our future people who stands in this room, because at the students in Du Bois and Grace James are our future. We need to be able to show what we are, our future. We are the future Black students of Du Bois and Grace James. In those walls of Du Bois and Grace James, we have future artists, our future senators, presidents, doctors, lawyers, everything's are in those 4 walls. So that's what I think about this.
Having schools like Grace James and Du Bois not only opened my eyes to different experiences, but it taught me my history and not the watered down version, but the hard truth. And like, we get to make bonds with our sisters that I feel like in other spaces, it will be much harder. And like even having stuff like Sister Circle, where we just connect and get a closer bond and like having an adult we can trust, having a gym we can trust, just everything is just amazing. And learning about my history, it goes to show how we've been treated, but also we are very bright and brilliant. Little Black girls and Black boys are not what the media portrayed us to be. And schools like this help defeat the stereotype the world has given us.
Can't believe they're having me follow that. Sorry. Just as Janiyah and Dwayne were highlighting, there are very important aspects to knowing your history and being surrounded with people who share those experiences with you and who are willing to learn with you. And that is why, as a person who's been a student of at JCPS facilities for just about 15 years now, starting in pre-K, it can be a little disappointing to know that at times I feel that I'm not exactly learning enough about my history as a whole. And that is why I would like to present the challenge to the board to continue to encourage schools to push Black history curriculums across the district. Black history is not just something where, we're trying to encourage students to just learn about some section of the civil rights movement or anything like that. Black history is inherently woven into American history as a whole. And if we can teach about American history, we must teach about Black history. I didn't mention this before, but at North Carolina A&T, I'm going to pursue the biology major and on the pre-med track. And and my finish line I see is becoming a neurologist in practice. And in neurology, there are several different aspects of the body that you focus on. One of those is the brain, one of those is the spine, also the nervous system. And having to know every single part of that is what gets you, that MD behind your name, not just knowing something about the brain or something about neurons or anything like that. I can tell you a couple of those things right now. I'm an IB student at Atherton, and I take biology, and I know a thing or two about that, but that doesn't make me a doctor. In that same way, knowing a little bit about the civil rights movement or what Martin Luther King Jr. did or who Harriet Tubman was doesn't make me fluent in Black history. I do encourage all of you to push on to schools to learn or to dig deeper into Black history and not just scratch the surface on things that we talk about every single year around February, which has been a recurring theme in all 15 years of my school experience. So I'm here representing all of the Black student unions across the district, and our challenge for the board is to push schools to teach Black history and ensure that our curriculum is inclusive of Black and brown people. Thank you.
We are up for questions. And again, I want to remind the board that there's not a lot of districts that are doing this. There's not a lot of superintendents that are bold enough and tenacious enough to push this kind of work forward with everything going on. So thank you, board, and thank you, students and parents, Grace, James, and all. So we will open it up for questions if there are any.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, board members, if you have questions or comments, would you please make them for this outstanding presentation? Who would like to start? Board Member Marshall.
I'll jump in there first. First of all, amazing, amazing, amazing to our students. The work that we do as we're continuing to talk about our work with the Council of Great City Schools is all about outcomes for you all. And once you're through your education at JCPS, walking out, knowing and being able to do things that you identify with. I think something that we miss in education a lot is how much context matters. And so some people may ask, why are we doing all this deep work? Well, a lot of times it is making sure that you all are learning in a space that is teaching from the context that you're living. And so I just want to ask, these students that are up here, in what ways do you see your school providing an opportunity for you to shine in your personal greatness?
I'll start. Our Afrocentric framework is one of them, but also like beyond the Crown field trips of like different colleges and touring places and just like learning our history, because that's a big part of it. You wanna go?
Also being able to learn more, also including different curriculums of what we learn of deep history.
One of the ways that I see my school just trying to push that motif forward of just making sure the students are learning things that they can relate to is for at least 2 years at Atherton now, we have had a developing Black historical consciousness class. DBHC is what we call it. However, some of the faults in that is that Atherton has not hired very many Black teachers to teach any classes at Atherton, and it's specifically not this class. For both years of this class's existence, there has been a white teacher who has been teaching it. And while that is not something that is inherently bad or anything like that, it does kind of put a damper on what we feel we are able to relate to in that classroom. Having a teacher who can not only teach the content, but also teach the livelihood and the real heart of that subject is important. Atherton has also promised to be one of the schools who one of the first schools to introduce the new College Board's new AP African American history class. Sadly, I won't be here for that, but it does seem like something that should be good for our students.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up the difference that teachers, have made for you all. So can you speak a little bit to that, just what it means to you as a student when you're sitting in a classroom and that teacher up there really honestly feels you, like really knows where you come from? Like, do you have experiences like that right now? And, what has that meant to and helped your learning?
I want to say that while I've been in Atherton, I could be wrong. I can't remember every single teacher that I've had right now because, we've had so much going on in the past few years. But I want to say that I've only had 1 or 2 Black teachers in general while I've been in Atherton. And that's a huge shift because I went to Brandeis Elementary when I was in elementary school, and then Newburgh Middle, which has a high level of diversity and a bunch of a very diverse staff and faculty members. But just being able to know that your teacher is really understanding where you're coming from is empowering for every student. It lets them know that they're being heard, and it encourages them to continue with their work ethic and things like that. And being able to have that at such a young age at Brandeis is what really held me together. Having that foundation where I knew that teachers understood what I was talking about and where I was coming from was really important then. And not being able to share that with teachers now is a little bit of a burden, but thankfully I had that foundation, and it's helped me to press on anyway.
Through the years I've been at Du Bois for 3 years, predominantly most of my teachers have been African American, and through the times during 2020 and 2021 with protests and things like that, when Black history, when Breonna Taylor and George Floyd at school, I was able to go to my teachers, and as a class, we were able to talk to our teachers about the problem, but also come as a class together to think of ways, what is the problem? What can we do to fix it? But also we can be comfortable inside it and not feel uncomfortable talking to someone about it. So I was very proud that at my school, at Du Bois Academy, we can be comfortable to talk about situations that happens in our community.
I felt heard. I felt comfortable. I felt like they know where I'm coming from, and like even if they've experienced it before, then they really know what I'm feeling, and like it's easy to talk to them. It's easy to be comfortable with talking about that, like anything, and like it's comfortable talking to the teacher. You feel that sense of belonging there, and that bond that you really need, that student-teacher bond that everybody needs to feel comfortable and welcomed at that school.
Thank you.
Ms. Duncan, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, I'd just like to make some comments. One of the things I want to tell you is thank you for being such great role models. You're the people that need to be on the news at night, and we appreciate so much that you have such standards for yourself. And I see such engagement, and that is what we've wanted. And we know that's a product of deliberate planning and incorporating the information about your past that will help you connect to it. And we also, one of the things I noticed, I heard several of you mention, it's not just about the past, but it's about the future and how you're looking to the future and how you see yourself fit in that future. And that is so encouraging to me. So thank you all. Appreciate the presentation. Such a variety of activities going on here that allow us to know that you're really engaged and working hard to make your school experience meaningful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Craig.
Congratulations to you. You're going to be great. Thank you all for the presentation. Wonderful work that we're doing. Fully supportive. Thank you.
Dr. Chris.
I was going to tell the representative of Grace James to make sure you take every opportunity to remind the boys who won that competition, but it doesn't sound like you need me to tell you that. So, but I guess I just did. My question for you is that, do you feel like you have meaningful channels to be heard by, building leaders, district leaders, does input that you have into how student experiences can be improved, do you feel like you have good channels to communicate that and to make sure that your input is acted on?
I feel like this was a really good experience and you get to hear from a child's perspective and also like from a child like of color and like, you know, how we feel and like what we think should change. And like, you may not agree with it and that's okay, but you know how we feel and like we're finally heard.
It was an experience also to be able to share with you guys, also to be heard, and for you to probably think about our situations and how we feel to take into consideration to make things better in the future so we can be a better.
I will say that I am a person who is not afraid to have their voice heard in any context, in any situation. When Dr. Flora, our current principal at Atherton, had started what was it, last year, I think, the beginning of last year, I was one of the first students to walk up to her and introduce myself and things like that. So that's me though, and I'm not going to be able to represent every single Black student who exists in Atherton or in the district or in this city. And not everybody has those channels to be heard. I take those actions myself because I know that if I don't do it, no one else will do it for me. Some students do not have the courage or the means to do something like that. And I do think that there is work to be done to have those student voices to be heard.
Dr. Polio, is there a mechanism for Black Student Union and other, student groups for that matter, but particularly these students to have meaningful input into leadership at building level, and can we strengthen that?
Well, I'll say Justice Fest and Justice Now is a big step forward in that with the schools that were doing that. But I definitely think a mechanism to better interact with the BSUs and leadership is a great opportunity for us.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Shul.
Thank you, Chair Porter. And thank you all for this incredible presentation. I'm inspired by each of you. Congratulations, kind sir, on being admitted to North Carolina A&T. That's one of our great HBCUs with a tremendous program. And we hope that you'll keep in contact with us and let us know what you're doing and how you're excelling there. We're sure you're going to go really, really, really far. To you, young lady, congratulations to you and your team at Grace James on winning the other day. Young man, what do we have to do? Do we need to raise money for Jordans? What we got to do to get y'all to win next year? Okay, so it was one question at the end. Yeah, we got to get over that. So yeah, so good job. And next year we're going to take that lantern. Okay, all right. And thank you, Mr. Collins, for being here with us. You have done something tremendous in this city, and we celebrate your success and look forward to the continuing expansion of Roots 101. I had a few questions. I did want to also compliment the exhibit in the hallway. I thought that was a really informative display. And there was even, I guess that's Black history out there. That's Black history, which means that our board chair is Black history because her face was on one of the placards. So we salute you this Black history on two of them. I want to compliment the cards program. I think that is tremendous, and I look forward to hearing about how that is developing. As it relates to the Muhammad framework, I'm curious as to how deeply embedded that is into curriculum throughout the district. Is that something that is only being administered at a high level, or is that has it made its way into what's happening in classrooms yet? It is not.
I'll have Dr. Greenwell speak briefly about it. Takes the shortcut.
No, it has not been embedded yet. It's part of our new frame of looking at how we're refining curriculum, and it's what we're using to start. So we're at a starting point right now.
Okay, when can we expect it to be embedded in curriculum?
Hopefully August.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have data to support how our Lit and camps are improving the academic outcomes of Black students?
That is actually under Dr. Marshall's office, so I want to make sure he can answer that.
So a more thorough answer can be given when we have this again, but what we do know about Lit An, as you all know, is we start with a pre-assessment and we zero in on one literary thing. So if you're going to learn personification, and then we go through the program and we go through the 2 weeks and we make sure that they learn that, understanding that it's part of something they're going to be tested on. What we also know is, and community knows this, and Dr. Polio has funded it even more, that this is something that students really like to do because it's engaging and that is research proven and it's very culturally responsive. But the data in and of itself, we can get the empirical data, I guess, if you will, we can get later and show you that as well. But it is very well received and the students seem to understand the things that the teachers set out as far as objectives to learn.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All my questions.
Thank you for your presentation this evening. We are smarter because you are here tonight. So thank you for teaching us and making us know that the work matters and that you are receiving it well. And I'm very proud of you as students, and we will keep up with you. When you leave JCPS, you're not really gone. We want to know we're here to help you always as you move forward. One of the two words that, and I have to say thank you to Roots 101. I've had the opportunity to be there recently and it is amazing. So thank you. It is history that we need to know, but it's also knowing the history and looking forward to the future. So thank you for making that available for many of us in this community. Thank you for that. Two words that I told you that we've learned recently is input and outcome. So before me, I have some students. I would like for you to tell this board what we need to do more. What input would you like to see more of so that the outcome could be deeper and more intense with what we have talked about this evening with your courses, the individual schools, but also the classes. And I'm asking you because you have been there, done that, and your words matter. So it's very important. So tell us what more we could do because we want the best for all of our students and all of our programs. I'm again, very proud of you and the leadership that is here with you in the audience smiling. Thank you for your work also. So whoever would like to start about input, what would you like to see more of and how that would impact the output, please?
I would like to see more of learning Black history, not just in the month of February, but throughout the year, because putting us in one category, it doesn't show all the amazing things that we've achieved. So I think that we should learn and spread it throughout. So Black boys and Black girls can know more about their history and not just feel like they only care about us in the month of February, but they always care about us.
Agreeing with what Janaya said, excluding not just in our 1 month, we need to learn more against the whole entire school year. We need to be able to be heard also, not just because we need to learn Black engineers, we need to learn Black doctors, we need to be able to learn not just all of these people in 1 month, because to know all these people in 1 month, you cannot do that. We need to be able to learn against the whole entire school year to blend in with not just Black history, but other history throughout our world. So that's what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Being a student in JCPS has afforded me the opportunity to participate in over 30 plus extracurricular activities, and in that becoming a published author at 13 years old. And one of the things that I have written about in one of my books is that not being heard is the first issue in all things having to do with inequality. I think that many students and parents are feeling that at home right now, just not being able to be heard about what they need and what resources are available to them to further influence their outcome and their output. A lot of parents are unaware of the power that they hold over their students' education and what types of things that they are available to them to for them to pour into their children's lives. And thankfully, I am a product of a mother who did know something about that. And I think she did very well on educating me about the things that I need to know when I go out into this world as a Black man. But I spend more of my hours in the school building than anywhere else in my entire life. And that is where that work needs to start. So just being able to hear students' voices and help them understand that they can be heard, and as well as families, and reach out to them and parents and guardians and let them know about the things that JCPS has done and is willing to do, and other outside resources such as the Roots 101 Museum, just to help them further educate themselves and the people around them, and of course their students.
Thank you very much. And to us, the leaders, the teachers that are here this evening, thank you for the work that you do. As you can hear tonight, it's very important that we take care of our students at the highest level. And we are proud to be who we are, and we are going to keep going forward. So I look forward to hearing from you. You are the next generation. And yes, I am one of the history people out in the lobby, but I'm proud of that because the display in the lobby is put there during this month, but it's about employees of JCPS. And I was honored to be an employee in many capacities before I became a board member. So if you haven't stopped to look, take a few minutes to glance and see who you see. Don't look for me. There's a lot of people out there, so don't be looking for my pictures, but I am proud for your department, Dr. Marshall, for making that available for us to see. That's never been done before. And again, Black history is every day. So thank you everyone for being here this evening. And if there are no other questions or comments, I will, Dr. Chris.
Could I just point out that our representative from Atherton used the phrase "in one of my books" a minute ago?
Okay, any other comments before I ask for the motion? Dr. Polio, did you have anything to say before we take a motion to receive this presentation?
No, mostly I just want to thank our students, very impressive young people that have bright futures in front of them. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you for being here this evening. So at this time, is there a motion to receive the Black History Month presentation? Is there a motion, please? Dr. Shule, and seconded by Ms. Duncan. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much to everyone. And before you leave, we're going to show you, we appreciate you. Let's hear a big round of applause.
Student speaker who signed up at the beginning, who wasn't here, is here now. Could you call him?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I had announced or had called for a speaker, and at that time, the speaker was not here. He is a student. He is here now, so it is my pleasure to call Rashad Nash to be the speaker for us this evening. And there's a lot of things that I can read about what the speaker does and does not do. I'm not trying to make it long, but I'll read as quickly as I can so that some of this information is available to you. Quickly, in accordance with Board Policy 01.421, the board expects that persons who have signed up to address the board will limit their remarks to the subject that they listed at the time they signed up. that their presentation will not include any abusive remarks about that subject, and that they will present their remarks in a manner that is consistent with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Also, in accordance with the board policy, the board reserves the right to limit, extend, or terminate discussion on any subject. Discussion of personnel matters is not permitted, as the board has no legal authority regarding such matters, and such discussion is not appropriate. Personnel matters are within the authority of the superintendent. If a speaker begins to discuss a personnel matter, the chair will immediately terminate the speaker's remark. A speaker may not initiate charges or complaints against an individual district employee. Discussion of a district employee by name or position is not permitted in order to ensure confidentiality and fairness for the employee. Speakers before the board are not allowed to use props, displays, or any other objects during the presentations. If you have handouts, please give us the handouts, and they will be given to the board by giving them to our assistant secretary to the board right behind me if you have a handout. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board and may not share these minutes with any other speaker. At the end of 2.5 minutes, a bell will sound. You will then have 30 seconds to finish your statement. At the end of 3 minutes, the bell will sound twice, indicating that your time is up. The superintendent will look into the speaker's issues and, if necessary, represent the board in following up or recommend action to the board. Just a general information, a maximum 45 minutes shall be allocated immediately after the superintendent's report. A maximum of 45 minutes, additional minutes shall be allocated at the end of the meeting for speakers. First, for speakers who are unable to be accommodated during the first speaker. Current district students shall be placed at the front of each list of speakers. It is my honor this evening to have you here with us, young man. So I am going to say I'm finished
Thank
reading
you.
what everybody needs to hear. So thank you, and we're ready for your speaking, please.
Well, good evening to everybody. My name is Rashad Ness. I'm a junior at Breckenridge High School. I'm also a brother, a student athlete. All my life, I try to do the right thing. If you ask any of my teachers about me from elementary to my current school year, they would tell you that I am a compliment can. I'm compliment can, have a great work ethic. However, I'm young, and just like you when you were young, I have made mistakes. Where would you be if no one gave you a second chance when you were my age? I feel I was improperly placed in Breck Metro High School because of a mistake I made. I should not be defined by the mistake, but by the total of my actions. I should be given the benefit of the doubt based on the past success. I know when you look at me, you just see a grown man because of my size, and I know people just see a big black man, but I am not grown. I should be given the benefit of a teenager who is just trying to live it up to see my full potential and follow my dreams. I have also dreamed in going to Division I University where my star talent would be appreciated. Langston Hughes and that a dream deferred is a dream denied. Continuing to hold me hostage based on outdated rules would deny my dreams and denies my ability to even receive a fair chance to appeal the board's decision to go back to regular school. In Super Bowl 57, quarterback Jalen Hurts quotes scripture in the Bible I would like to share. In John chapter 13, verse 7, you do not realize now what I'm doing, but later you will understand. This reminds me to continue to be patient and remain diligent. I have to keep my eyes open and keep God at the center regardless of circumstances. I have been patient and my truth complete me to continue fighting for my freedom even when the administration gave up hope on me. Thank you for listening to me because this gives me hope that you will grant a good young brother to have the ability to reach my dreams. God willing, I will not be denied. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Thank you. We don't get to ask you questions, but we appreciate everything that you have brought to us this evening. Board members, if you have something that, just a comment, but that's not our normal routine, but since he asked as a student, if there's something that you want to say quickly, please do so. But once we're silent, thank you for being with us tonight. You're welcome to come back at any time and make a presentation to the board. Thank you. Thank you for your teacher who is here with you this evening. Thank you, sir, and congratulations to you also. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item from the information items is the Start Smart Time proposal. Dr. Polio, if you'd like to introduce that, please.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. We will have multiple people who will be presenting tonight. I will say, board members, you have seen this slide deck before. This is what we presented to you individually 2 to 3 weeks ago when we met with each one of you, but we want to make sure that the public sees the exact same slide deck that we presented to you and this presentation, and hear from voices other than me who have been talking a lot about it. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Operations Officer Chris Perkins and Chief of Schools Robert Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Polio. Good evening, board members. Appreciate this opportunity to one final time to deliver some information and discussion on our Start Smart proposal. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the negative impacts that our transportation system, current system has on student outcomes, but I do have some of my team members here that I want you to hear from. Dr. Falk, who represents the middle school zone, assistant superintendent. He's also has the he's a priority. He is also a former principal, and he's also a parent. So he'll give you a variety of perspective on the matter, and also have 3 principals here. You're going to hear about the day-to-day challenges that they face due to our transportation. This first slide is a simple line graph that it's just supply and demand, a simple supply and demand. That red line is our routes. The blue dotted line is our bus drivers. And it simply shows that if we continue to do nothing, it will continue to widen, and it's going to be that way for years to come, for at least 7 more years. So that is the why. We need more drivers due to labor shortage, and we need fewer routes. And we're going to have more routes because of our student choice plan. So the routes are going to continue to increase, and our drivers at this time is predicted to not increase. We have made the decision as a district, we are not canceling routes. There are some districts who cancel routes. And because we don't cancel routes, that's where we get our double and our triple runs. That's why we see every day on our dashboard, we have late buses. Right now this week, we have 38 buses on our dashboard. But that's not the only challenge that we have. We also have unexpected delays. These phone calls start coming in at 5:30 a.m. every single morning. So every single morning, we get text messages about call-ins and late buses. And even yesterday, we had 24 call-ins yesterday. 10 of them were an hour or more. We had 2 schools that were 180 minutes late. You did the math right. That's 3 hours. That's 3 hours. We also had today 21 buses that were calling, and we had six buses that were more than an hour late. Wagner had a bus that was 2 hours late and had another bus that was 2.5 hours late. So we cannot continue at this pace. And we know families with limited transportations are going to be the ones that suffer the most because they're going to have to wait. That's what they're going to have to do. They have to wait for that late 2nd or 3rd round buses. And we talk a lot, and Dr. Polio mentioned the cumulative effect of the buses, but we also need to talk about the one-off and those special moments some of our kids are missing. Red Ribbon Week, if they are late for school. Read Across America, Black History Month. Women's History Month starts tomorrow. If these kids are late and their classes are having special opportunities in their classroom, sometimes they're missing those one-off opportunities, and that could be what hooks a child. That could be what creates that sense of belonging in our kid. And many of our kids are missing those opportunities. You see the data up there. 20,000 students have missed classes due to late buses. That's 20,000 missed opportunities. There are 3 million minutes of instruction. Dr. Polio talked about at the end of this year, it will be up to 5 million. And you combine that with the lack of in-person that we had during NTI, And the thought of acceleration is insurmountable. You cannot accelerate yourself. You cannot summer program ourselves out of that. You cannot tier 2 and tier 3 out of that if we continue to do nothing. Those gaps will continue. And then lastly, before I kick it to Chief Perkins, and Dr. Polio shared this with you, one thing he could not say that I can say, you see that 65% represent students that look like me. So it's not only professional, but it's personal to me what we are doing to kids if we do nothing. That's what that means to me. And the data is clear, the research is clear, that attendance is a leading indicator for student success. It is a leading indicator. You don't have to be the brightest student. You don't have to be the best student to be a present student. And as leaders and as educators, if we don't model that showing up and showing up on time is a valuable, essential skill, then we are doing a disservice to our students. It is our moral imperative that we remove that barrier. And Chief Perkins is going to talk about how we can do that, because we do have a plan to do that.
Thanks, Chief Moore. So about 2 years ago, as we were working on our plans to return to in-person instruction as part of the New Way Forward plan, we began looking for some outside the box solutions to the driver shortage that we had not fully realized until we were working to overcome some of those staffing needs. It was then that our specialist, our manager for geographic information systems, Brent West, reached out and connected with a dynamic team from Boston, Massachusetts, ironically called Dynamic Ideas. And we asked them to look at our current transportation system and the driver shortage we have to see, was there a way we could optimize the availability of resources we had to really just to survive at the time. And they were able to look in and provide some improved efficiencies for us. So one of the outcomes to their analysis that they came up with actually was looking to create additional start times. And over the past 2 years, we've developed a great relationship with this team. They're now called Alpha Routes. They've invested thousands of hours analyzing not just our transportation plan, but also our student assignment plan, in addition to our new school choice plan that goes into effect next year, as well as the demographics and the geography of our current of our county and our school district. So with us this evening virtually, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. John Hanlon and Louis Risson from Alpha Route. John, I'm going to kick it over to you at this point, just to give a little bit of background and provide a little context to the proposal.
Excellent, Neil. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much for having me and Louis here tonight to present as part of this landmark potential change coming to Jefferson County. We believe wholeheartedly in what the district is after right now, not just because of the context that's already been spelled out regarding some of the transportation issues that are at play, but also the research that Dr. Polio had spelled out earlier about the many, many benefits that would come to middle and high school students for later start times. To provide a little bit more context, as Chris mentioned, we've been working with the district now for the better part of the last couple of years. Myself and Louis Risson, our data scientist, who's here with me this evening, as well as other people on my staff. And it's something that we do for districts across the country, where we use MIT-based algorithms to optimize for district transportation systems, whether it's providing route optimization or, in this case, bell time optimization and routing. And I think just a few points of context I think would be really helpful here before we really start diving into the existing proposal that we're here to talk about tonight. One is there are many districts out there right now that are changing bell times simply because of their driver shortage. And in some of those cases, they're actually not doing that to help accommodate later start times for middle and high school students. And in fact, some of them are actually pushing those middle and high school students even earlier, simply because of how difficult it is to provide transportation given the driver shortage that they're facing. I think Jefferson County then deserves a real significant amount of credit for trying to do both at the same time. And by partnering with a company like us, we're actually able to optimize for multiple objectives at the same time. So we're not brought in simply to resolve the driver shortage, simply to optimize transportation's busing system, but to do that in a way that also moves middle and high school students later. On that note of moving middle and high school students later, I was just at a conference in California this past weekend. I think it's worth pointing out that that entire state enacted legislation a few years ago that said that by this current school year, 2022-23, all middle and high schools across the state had to start later. Middle schools had to start after 8, high schools have to start after 8:30. Tennessee, Florida, New Jersey are all exploring very similar legislation. So this is something based on the research Dr. Polio had said to everyone earlier. This is something that's starting to really gain some significant traction across the country. And again, kudos to Jefferson County for essentially getting on the ground floor of that, while at the same time looking just boldly at what's going on in transportation and trying to take some measures to resolve that. One last little set of context here. We talked to districts across the country, and I think it's worth noting that the scale and complexity that you have in Jefferson County is unlike anything that I think I've ever seen. And it creates a very difficult situation for those working in transportation to provide reliable service. I had the opportunity when we were there a few weeks ago to meet many individuals who work in the transportation department. I know how hard they're working. And it's not easy to be able to provide reliable service given the driver shortage that you have, but also given all the different complexities that are at play within Jefferson County, from the extensive school choice that you have to the very favorable walk to stop distances that we see in Jefferson County. In fact, much lower average walk to stop distances than we see in other cities across the country. Depot routing, double and triple runs, shared buses across schools. And then the backdrop of all of that is just enormous scale. Jefferson County is 400 square miles. Being a New Englander, I remarked that it's a third the size of Rhode Island, and that's just one school district. And you're actually providing service because of your school choice to students from all around the county to individual schools. There are, I think, 32 schools that draw students from more than half of the county. And keep in mind that half of that county is more than the size of most major cities in the country, including my hometown of Boston. So again, with all of that as a backdrop, let me say one last piece of context, which is the district has been trying to serve all of that with only 2 tiers, 740 and 905. And that's, again, something that you're not likely to see anywhere else in the country. And it's really hurting the ability for transportation to provide that reliable service that you want to be able to provide so badly. So I think it is time to move in this direction. Again, kudos to the district for taking a look at it and exploring it. And thank you again for bringing us in to be part of this presentation. Now, pivoting from there to talk about the actual solution that's been developed and that's being proposed tonight, just a few metrics from a transportation perspective. And although we're talking about start times, we can't talk about start times without talking about transportation, because they really do go hand in hand. Here you have a few metrics that we report to districts all the time. They're really important, especially at the student level. From a student experience perspective, we see in the solution that we're proposing an average ride time of about 27 minutes. That's only about 2 minutes less than the current average status quo ride time of about 29 minutes. But we took measures within our solution to put guardrails against any long ride times. And so while today we might have some students in Jefferson County riding for more than 2 hours, we put a cap on our maximum ride time of a little over an hour and a half. And even those are, generally speaking, only in place for students going through depots. Looking at the walk to stop distance, I know that this is something that's been garnering some attention in Louisville related to the solution. I think it's worth noting that this is longer than the average walk to stop distance today. That said, the average walk to stop distance today of a little over a 1/10 of a mile is, and in my eyes, the lowest I've seen in districts across the country, especially districts with a large urban core like Louisville. We typically don't see anything like that. And in fact, would see something more along the lines of a 1/4 mile, which is what we have in the proposal that we're talking through tonight. In addition to that, I think it's worth noting that although this is a slightly longer average walk to stop, I'm stressing the word average because the median walk to stop distance is about 2/10 of a mile, which means that roughly half of the students in our solution are walking less than 2/10 of a mile, and roughly half are walking more than that. Again, very, very favorable, especially in the national context. And then lastly, on walk to stop distance, we took measures within our solution to ensure that students in the choice zone and students in Newburgh would maintain the existing status quo walk to stop limits of 35/100ths of a mile for elementary. So just slightly more than a third of a mile for elementary and a half mile for middle and high. So those caps, those limits don't change at all for the choice zone in Newburgh. And at the same time, they only go up to a half mile for elementary outside of the choice zone in Newburgh and up to a mile for the middle and high school students outside of Newburgh. Again, very much in line, if not more accommodating than what you'd see in many districts across the country. And in fact, in some places who are providing extensive magnet school opportunities and school choice, you're seeing them have very excessive walk to stop distances, and in some cases not even providing transportation for those magnet schools and other offerings that Jefferson County rolls out to its students. The last point I'd have on here, I'm not going to talk through the metrics on the right-hand side, but when it comes to the implications of a slight lengthening of that walk to stop distance, a major implication there is a drastic reduction in the number of stops being served. And for obvious reasons, if a system is serving many, many stops, it's going to be less efficient than that same system would be if it's serving fewer stops. And because of some of the moves that we made within this solution, we're actually cutting the number of total bus stops in half, which again is a big reason for efficiency, and it will be dramatically helpful in reducing the driver shortage, or accommodating the driver shortage, I should say. Now, looking more deeply at the bell time changes, I think there are two ways to look at this slide and some of the data points that we have on here. You could look at it and say, wow, 83% of schools, almost all the schools are changing. But you could also look at it as 83% of schools are changing by an hour or less. And in my eyes, I think it's really helpful to look at this in the big picture sense of, as I mentioned before, it's incredibly difficult to serve the needs of Jefferson County with only 2 tiers. And I don't think you'll find anything like that anywhere else. And I think it's become, quite frankly, unsustainable given where things are right now with the driver shortage. So when changing it from 2 tiers to something different, just by default, you're going to have a lot of schools changing their bell times. Now, that said, I think it's really helpful to know that in all of our conversations between Alpha Route and Jefferson County, we have never once been cavalier about changing times. And in fact, I think the district should get some credit for putting guardrails on change and putting guardrails on how early schools could start, and other guardrails in place to make sure that kids were still getting really good service. In other words, this isn't just optimization for the sake of optimization. We weren't just seeking to eliminate the driver shortage. We were doing it in a way that also maintained, some flavor of the status quo and maintained positive experiences and limited the amount of change. And so, again, another way I would look at this slide is, almost all the schools are changing by an hour or less. More than half of the schools are changing by 35 minutes or less. And we're hopeful that although that can be an impact on families' schedules, that families will be able to accommodate for that. And I don't say that lightly. I've got 4 children who themselves have come through public school. The last thing I'd say on this slide here is, yes, there are a small number of schools that are changing by more than an hour and a half, but I'm encouraged by what I've heard from the district that there's going to be some accommodations in terms of before and after school programming potentially for those situations to make that a little bit easier. Chris, I think I'll turn it back over to you now.
Thanks, John. So with this new proposal, this would take effect this fall in August for the 23-24 school year. And upon your approval, we would commence with planning and routing for the changes immediately. So this takes advantage and optimizes our availability of resources. And in this case, resources being bus drivers, and optimizes how many drivers we have on the road transporting kids during that transportation window. We've been very intentional about offsetting school times for schools that sit on neighboring campuses. You'll see a slight, as John mentioned, a slight walk to stop distance increase in that from 0.14 miles to 0.26 miles on average. This eliminates our triple runs, really minimizes our double runs. And double runs are when a bus picks up a group of kids and takes them to school and then goes back out, picks up more kids and brings them right back to the same school. We've got buses doing that 3 times over now, doing triple runs. So in addition to minimizing the double runs and eliminating triple runs, another byproduct of this plan is that those students who typically are on the first run in the morning, who get to school the earliest, typically they're the last ones to be picked up in the afternoon. And so we're able to kind of reverse the impact of that. So students dropped off first in the morning will be the first ones out of the building in the afternoon. Additionally, we've set some allowances, some guardrails, if you will, to where there's a drop-off allowance in the morning that we've set at about 40 minutes. So students right now are getting to school as early as 65 minutes before the school day starts, and we've minimized that down to 40 minutes or less. Additionally, the last benefit to this is we're aligning the early childhood sites that are in our elementary schools with the elementary times so that it can actually become part of the school community. I'm going to turn it over to Brent West right now. Brent is our manager of geographic information systems, and this has kind of been his baby for the last couple of years and trying to figure out a viable solution. So Brent, you want to talk a little bit about the proposal?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Perkins. So this is the full proposal with the schools and times, and while this just looks like a list of schools and times, this is a culmination of a couple years of extensive analysis. There were a number of variables and constraints that went into this. I want to point out, if you notice on here, at 740, 840, and 940, we have large clusters of schools, and we have depots at all 3 of those times. We have middle high depots at 740 and 840. We have an elementary depot at 940. So that is a big constraint to accommodate our choice, because we do want to still accommodate choice to be able to implement the new school choice plan. So those are constraints that do kind of limit where certain schools can fall. So that's one thing to point out. Another thing, our goal was to move as many middle high students as we could later. So we were able to move about 30,000 middle high students later to that 840 time. We also wanted to have choice within elementary clusters and try to balance times within clusters as much as possible, to have within a given cluster some elementaries that were at the early time, some kind of in the middle, and some at the late time, so that parents did have some choice. And so that's kind of high level. And in between those major peaks, we were able to fit in some direct runs to optimize efficiency as buses had layover time in order to keep the number of bus routes down and to be as efficient as possible. And so at this time, John, is there anything else you would like to add about the algorithm and how we arrived at this solution?
Thanks, Brent. I think just a few things that I'll point out here. Number one, Brent is spot on that the depots do cause a major constraint for the model within Jefferson County. So those schools that by default really do require the depots, it's very hard to move them to different times. We had set up the middle and high depots at 740 and 840. And then again, the elementary depots at 940. And it's really difficult to move them to different times because of the need for depot transportation serving those schools. Another point that I would make is coming back to that multi-objective optimization that I mentioned before. Certainly one piece of it was to help reduce the route count in order to resolve the driver shortage. Another major goal, as we've talked about, was about moving middle and high school students later. And then another one was providing for some choice within the clusters so that elementary school families would have a choice of different bell times, unlike what they have today. And then the last point that I'd make, as you look at this, big map of schools and bell times, there are in fact 9 different tiers here, but I wanted to comment on that because I know that that's getting a little bit of attention as well. That last tier at 1040 is just for standalone early childhood centers. If you look beyond that, you're then left with 8 tiers. But even within that, if you look, you see there are a number of schools at 8 or 810, and then there are a number of schools at 9 or 910. When you factor for all of this, the model is actually much simpler than it looks right now. And it's actually much more like a 5 or 6 tier bell time proposal than a 9-tier bell time proposal. And I'm very confident that it is going to accomplish the different goals that the district set out to achieve.
Thanks again, John. At this time, I'm going to kick it over to Rob Falk, Assistant Superintendent of Middle Schools.
Good evening. We're going to talk about the benefits and the challenges that we face, and we're also going to try to humanize it with some numbers from the schools. First one, we've talked pretty much ad nauseum about addressing the driver shortage and optimizing our bus transportation routes. what I really want to focus on is students arriving at school on time for learning. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples. So far this year, Carithers has missed 1,800 instructional hours. Crosby, just under 1,000. Highland Middle, about 1,300. Newburgh at 2,700. Ramsey at 3,800, Stewart at 1,100, and Principal Zeller will talk about the 4,300 hours that we've missed at West Point this year. This is critical in terms of getting our students on time. On the other end of it is more direct runs resulting in fewer early dismissals and late arrivals. The early dismissals and then also staying after with students. The late runs, our principals tonight are going to talk about how that affects both the students and the staff perspective. But I'll give you an example from today at the Benet School where our students really need consistency. The latest bus picked up at 4:12. It's unconscionable for the students at Benet. Dr. Polio addressed during a superintendent report the potential attendance improvement with adolescents having a later start time. We know that this plan greatly influences that. And then from the monetary side, it's cost neutral, may save the district some money. Now, there are some challenges, obviously, with a change this large. And with any change comes growth and discomfort. Our family schedules will be impacted. I come to you tonight as both a central office administrator and a parent of 3 kids in this district. My students' start times are changed under this proposal, and it'll fall to my family to be able to figure out and make it work. We realize that staff schedules will be impacted. Chief Greenweb and our HR department have several things in place that we will help to ameliorate that. Athletics and extracurricular activities will change, but if you look at surrounding counties that we have been playing athletically for years, LaRue County ends at 3:15, Oldham County High School ends at 4, the elementary schools end at 2:20 in Oldham County, and Hardin County 8 to 3 for the middle school, and for the middle schools 8:30 to 3:30 for the high schools. In Shelby County, elementary 7:40 to 2:20, middle school 8:40 to 3:30, high schools end at 3:30. In Fayette, elementary start at 7:30 and 8, high school start at 8:30, and middle school start at 9. The athletics and extracurriculars is an issue that I think honestly, we have some great ADs in this district, may very well help in terms of figuring out schedules. Tonight, we have with us 3 principals from all 3 levels that are going to give a testimonial from what's going on in their building. We'll start with Fern Creek and Dr. Rebecca Nicholas.
Hi, thank you for having me here. My name is Rebecca Nicholas. I am the principal at Fern Creek High School. This is my 5th year as principal at Fern Creek. We're a very large high school, about 1,800 kids, about 70% of whom qualify for free and reduced lunch. We have an awful lot of bus riders. And so the impact on Fern Creek is felt both with our students and with our staff. You know, our second run and our third run bus are perhaps one of the most impactful things that I can talk to you about. The very first students arrive at Fern Creek at 6:36 every morning, and I am standing in the cafeteria with them every morning at 6:36. By 7 a.m., I have about 1,000 students in my school, and the teacher contract starts at 7:25. So it is admin, it is extra service, and we are all there working together, making sure that our learning environment is safe and that our students feel that we're caring for them. And in the afternoon, we have about 600 students who are on our second run. The only place big enough to hold all those students is our large gym. So we all gather for our daily pep rally every afternoon. And it takes about 15 to 20 staff members to monitor, to call buses, to ensure that students are getting where they need to be and that they're safe. And they're with us for almost an hour after school as well. And these runs are variable. Sometimes those calls come early. Sometimes they are changing at the last moment. So it's really hard to schedule that time purposefully with regard to interventions, with regard to other things that we can do. I would also say that our students are usually pretty depleted after arriving at school at 6:30 in the morning, and they're still there an hour after the end of school. We do the best that we can. It impacts the use of our gym, our facilities, and our sports, but it also impacts what we can do. Rather than meeting with teachers and parents, running faculty meetings, having PLC meetings, attending student functions, we're supervising students. All of our admin are supervising students, and many of our teachers are supervising students. And it is, I think it contributes greatly to a sense of educator burnout. People are tired. They're working really, really hard all day. And then we continue to work into the afternoon, late afternoon often, helping supervise students. That's the staff perspective. I'm not a student, but I can imagine how it feels to arrive to school at 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10:15. You feel like a guest in your rostered classes. You don't have relationships with your teachers or your peers. You don't know from one day to the next whether or not you're going to get to have that class. Our teachers work really hard to provide supplemental materials and instruction, but it can't replicate the day-to-day experience that students should be having when they come to us. I think it's unconscionable to ask us to continue to do it. I think the system's untenable. It's not going to work. We're asking our staff and our students to do things that we shouldn't be asking them to do when there's a solution that works. And this solution will work. I don't make light of the fact that we will need to change everything that we think about how we're getting to school in the morning and how we're leaving in the afternoon. I've been with JCBE since 1999. We've always started at 7:40. I remember when I was an English teacher at Doss High School and we'd have to write on-demands, I always wrote mine about, I think we should start later because these teenagers are tired. And I'd look at the 31 students in my English class and I'd feel for them because they were exhausted. They have jobs, they have families, they have obligations, and they're still there at 7:40. And now it's moving even earlier just to accommodate some of the challenges that it's really on us adults to figure out. So to ask our students to do it, to ask our staff to do it, it doesn't feel like best practice. It doesn't feel like the compassionate response, and it definitely doesn't ensure equity for our students who are being impacted by a system that we have the power to change.
Thank you. I'm Jody Zeller, principal at Westport Middle School. And as Dr. Folk mentioned, we have had to bear the brunt of a significant number of minutes of lost instruction for our kids. When I greet our kids, when they're coming in when the rest of their peers have started school at 7:40 and they're deboarding their buses at 9:30. And I'm welcoming them and I'm making sure that they understand how much we appreciate them making the effort to get to school at this time. Because it would be easy to go back to bed. It would be easy to not go out to that bus stop. It would be easy to say, this district doesn't care about me as a student, as a learner, as an individual. And we want to make sure that when they do arrive, they do feel welcome, they do feel appreciated. And so we try to make sure that they get to class immediately. We try to make sure that they get to lunch, they get breakfast when they get off those buses at 9:30, and they turn around and start lunches at 10 o'clock. And those are the sorts of things that our kids are having to get used to now. And it's frustrating for them. When I talk to them, they come off the buses irritated. They're they're going into their classes irritated and frustrated. It makes it tough for them to then shift gears and to focus in on learning because they immediately come in, feel like they're behind. They feel like they have got work to catch up on. They've lost that instruction. And as Dr. Nicholas said, that there's no amount of supplemental materials or additional videos we post in their Google Classrooms or all those different things that we try to do to help them out that makes up for that live instruction. We want to make sure that they feel connected. It's hard to feel connected when you can't get home and get back to class or get back to events and different things like that. It makes it tough when we have 2 weeks ago, we had a Valentine's Day dance at Westport. We started the dance at 5 o'clock. We still had 2 runs of buses in our gym watching the other kids who went home, changed clothes, and came back to school to participate in a dance, yet they were there in the bleachers watching all these other kids get to do these things that they didn't have the opportunity to do. These are the things that they are missing out on. Middle school is a very critical time. It's a time where they figure out who they are. They are figuring out now that they are not very important in the eyes of this district, in the eyes of our school, and it's not anything that we can control. It's something that we help our families understand. We've got families that are going above and beyond. More families are reaching out to grandparents and neighbors and friends to drop their students off so they can get to school on time. It is very difficult for those families to kind of stretch and make that work. In a lot of cases, we've got families that are calling to me on a daily basis, frustrated. Every morning, I'm getting those emails at 5:30, 5:45 from our compound with our list of buses that are delayed. By 6 a.m., I'm sending messages to our family, sending alerts every single morning at 6 a.m. These are the buses that are going to be late. I've got parents responding to those, asking me, doesn't impact their kids. How can I help? Can I go pick up kids? Can I do those sorts of things to help these kids out? Because I can understand how frustrated those kids and those families might be. And unfortunately, it's often the same kids day after day after day. This isn't a rotation. This isn't something that's kind of, this challenge is spread across multiple stops or buses. It's often the same ones every single day. And so it's our same kids. They're the ones that are most disenfranchised, the ones that don't have access to reliable transportation to get to school on time on their own. The ones that we know that are the most susceptible. And we talked a lot this earlier about equity and about those sorts of things. And it's the impact that this has on our Black and brown kids is not as equitable as it is on everybody else. And so it's extremely challenging for us to be able to meet the needs, to help those students grow and achieve at a higher rate, to close those gaps when those gaps of instructional minutes are continuing to grow. And so those are the challenges that we face. We hear it from our kids every single day, their frustrations. We hear it from our families every single day. And I know there is a solution out there. And if it means that we start an hour later, then I am happy to sign up for that. When we talked with our staff about this, there were cheers in our staff meeting because they knew the impact this could have on our kids. They are just as frustrated, as Dr. Nicholas has said, about the extra hours and time that they've put into helping put a supplemental materials together, to come in early, to stay late, to do those extra service supervision responsibilities. It's a lot, and it is contributing to teacher burnout. I know in my building, I can speak to that. I hear that from a lot of our teachers, and that is a challenge for us. And it is something that I hope that we can move forward with a resolution or a plan that certainly takes into account what's best for our kids, and even if it is an inconvenience to the adults.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danae Speaks. I am the principal at Cochran Elementary School, Cochran in the city, Cochran with no E. At Cochran Elementary, I can definitely say that all of the things that my colleagues have said also affect us at Cochran. But from an elementary perspective, I have a bus that arrives at my school every day around 9:30. School starts at 9:05. So at the start of an elementary school day, what we do mostly is a morning meeting where students are getting social emotional learning, where they get that sense of belonging. The class is learning together, growing together. It's a time where students come into school, they feel settled, and they are able to start their day in a positive way. When they are coming into school at 9:30, they don't get that opportunity. They come into school, they feel very rushed. We make sure that they get breakfast, but again, it's very rushed. They always feel like they are trying to catch up. And the bus, this particular bus, has 50 students on the bus. 47 of those students are students of color. And so these are the same students who are some of our most needy students. Many of them are ESL students. They can't communicate with their bus driver. They can't communicate with the people at the depot. And so to be in that situation every single day and to get to school and feel rushed and feel the need to have to catch up on a regular basis is not a way to start the day. It is not a positive start to their day. And so we have to do everything we can do to intervene on their behalf to make sure that when they do get to school, we have everything prepared for them and we allow them to start off and get themselves acclimated to the environment. We have buddy students who will work with them to help them with anything that they might have missed. But it is just not a positive way to start the day in general. We also try to make sure that those students receive some type of relationship with the teacher or someone else throughout the day to make sure that we have a 2x10 situation. And that is where for 2 minutes, for 10 days, every single day, the teacher will talk to them about something that has nothing to do with school, just to try to build that relationship to make up for the lost minutes that they're not getting when they're not at school, when they're on that bus. In addition to that one bus that is late chronically every day, we also have special needs buses in our school. And I have 2 MSD units and I have 2 deaf and hard of hearing units in my school. These students have very, very, very extreme needs. And so for students who are the neediest students in our school to be at school, to get to school late, not receive their services that are on their IEP, which we all know is the law. So they're not receiving services, they're missing minutes from their IEP, and then they stay at school later, even though some of these students are medically fragile and have to get back to whatever facility they might live in order so that they can get, for example, I have a student who has a feeding tube. He has very scheduled feedings and he has to get back to the home of the innocents at a certain time. and so that he can get his next feeding. And so when transportation is an issue, we're trying to make sure that we get this student to where he needs to be so that he can receive food. So the most basic needs that students have are not being met based on transportation. It's not an issue it's not a staffing issue. It's not an education issue. It's a transportation issue. And it's something that we can solve, and it's a very easy fix to it. And it's something that has to be fixed because students are the ones suffering. There are a lot of adult complaints, but we're not at school to appease adults. We are at school to make sure that the students have exactly what they need. And that's not happening right now. So I ask that this board would take strong consideration for the things that need to change so that our students can have what they need.
And with change, we knew that we need to hear from our stakeholders. So we did offer some channels so they can provide us with some feedback. Chief Callahan and her team have done a remarkable job, and our school-based leaders are doing a great job of making sure they're getting feedback from all of our stakeholders. I'm not going to read all that to you. You can see we have that outlined as benefits, concerns, and questions. We've covered the benefits of the plan, and we are working to address the concerns that we've heard from our stakeholders and to answer some of the questions that are on there. And you'll see on some of the next slides that will be answered. Athletic and extracurricular activities, Dr. Falk did a remarkable job of discussing how we're pretty confident that we can make that work. Other districts are doing it. We've been working with other of these surrounding districts. But we have that up there because that is probably one of the most frequent FAQs from our survey. And then the other one, and the question we get, will my little babies be riding with the big babies? And that answer is no. Elementary students going to ride with elementary students, middle and high together, and our early childhood. So those are our two most frequent. And then have an opportunity to give our family some support, and we're going to have more details on our website in the future. And our schools are going to send out more details about their start time and their end times. Working with many of our community partners, specifically around childcare for before and after, CEP. And I believe Suzanne Wright has a meeting with Evolve 502 on Friday, who is the point person for many of our community childcare providers. So making sure we have family supports. Elementary clusters have many choices. As Brent talked about, you have a 740, 840, 940, and little times in between. And then the student transfer application available. The window's open in May for any students that just feel that they cannot make that work. And we also want to make sure that we are looking out for the needs of our staff. And I'm sure you're hearing some concerns from staff. We're hearing them. Our schools are hearing them. We want to work to resolve some of the concerns. Transfer options are available. Communication with our union partners. I believe Dr. Greenwebb is online. She has been doing a remarkable job throughout the process of working with all of our unions, classified and certified. And then the student transfer application up there, you can see that's listed again. I will turn it over to Dr. Polio, who will close us out.
Thank you so much, all of you all, for being here tonight. I know after getting there at 6:30 in the morning, it's a late night, and you'll be back at it at 6:30 in the morning. So thank you all for your hard work. I do want to note a couple of things. First and foremost, we say transportation. I want to make sure we are not saying this is transportation's fault, because I think talking to those, and they are working extremely hard to try to piece this puzzle together when they start every day minus 75 bus drivers. So I don't want the perception to be that we are saying those folks in transportation aren't doing what they're supposed to do. They are working extremely hard. They are frustrated just like everyone else, want to meet the needs of our kids. And I know they're feeling the stress and pressure as well. So I just wanted to note that. Secondly, I did want to note we are looking at early childhood to see if we can move some of those centers to an earlier time. I don't know if Chris covered that when I stepped out, but we are looking at that. So there's some possibilities. Those on the far end of that change scale, we could be moving sprinkled into different times throughout the morning, but we'll bring you back any possible change with that. But that is what we are potentially looking at to provide some additional options for early childhood. So thanks to you all. I know it's a huge change, but clearly we framed the problem well, and I think this is the solution to our problem. Thank you.
At this time, we'll have an opportunity for board members to make comments or ask questions. And I will start with Board Member Joe Marshall, please.
Thank you, Chair Porter. I am excited by any opportunity that we have to make big, lasting change. I think that history of the district, at times we have chose decisions based on adult conveniences over what's best for kids. And so I know a lot of times these conversations get moved to, you know, what's the impact on adults? Well, we're seeing what the impact is on kids. So one of my first questions is, what would be the penalty for a parent who is consistently getting their child to school an hour late or later on a consistent basis? What would be our reaction to that?
Well, our reaction would be support, obviously, trying to do home visits and other attendance options to try to make sure that that child's not truant, because those hours add up to truancy if it's unexcused. Now, these are excused in Infinite Campus, so it's not truant, but it would be up then to the courts to decide what they would do based upon the age of the student and the egregiousness of the case. But that could be referred to a court system.
Yeah, so obviously something that we wouldn't just sit back and allow to continue to happen. We would find solutions to that, and it seems like we're working towards that solution. Another question is, there are 19 schools, correct, that are not changing? Is that what we said in there? So 19?
Right.
So in directing this towards student outcomes, of those 19 that are not changing, that there are questions, why is this school not changing? How do the academic and attendance outcomes currently kind of support that this school may be okay staying at their current time for the time being?
Yeah, so most of them, and I want to say this, most of them are our magnet schools, who are very often our higher performing schools. The research I read early in my superintendent report shows that actually adding sleep impacts lower socioeconomic schools who need it more. So the 31,000 we are moving, nearly 31,000, are our lower socioeconomic schools that are traditionally, they correlate with achievement and not as high attendance. We do have about 4 or 5 schools in there that once we continue with efficiencies, we will want to move. Those include Lassiter, Conway, Stewart, and Atherton. But our goal in this obviously was hopefully to get every single student there in middle and high. But right now, at least the parents who are choosing a magnet would go earlier. Those that are in resides that are usually those that are free and reduced lunch at higher percentages would go a later time. And parents can make that choice as they choose to go to schools, which I think is an important part of this.
And I appreciate that, especially for Conway and Stewart, for the families of those in District 4. So I just want to make sure that we continue to put this in that perspective, that this is honestly about kids and getting kids what they need. We as adults know, especially those of us who are parents, know that the way the kids learn is not convenient. My 1-year-old makes a lot of messes exploring the house, and it's not convenient for dad to have to clean it up. But at the end of the day, it's about her having what she needs to live a fulfilled life and enjoy her experience. So I hope that that's what the community sees behind that, is that some of us who have the opportunity to give up some of our conveniences are able to do this for the kids that need us most, those that need to get to school to sit down and enjoy breakfast and talk to their friends and build that camaraderie. It's not convenient for our teachers. I can imagine all the times I had late students that I had to then go back over this material that I just covered and had to find extra time. So
we have not done this in a way that's convenient for student learning, student outcomes, or effective education. So that is my excitement behind this, that we focus back on students and giving them what they need. So I'm in full support of this proposal going forward. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan and then Board Member Craig, please.
Well, my priority is that we safely get kids to and from school and have a full instructional day. That's my number one priority. There are 3 facts we're working with here. 600 bus drivers, which is not enough to do 2 runs like we've done for 70,000 students. So I see fully the need for breaking this up into basically 3 segments, 3 time slots. Another fact, at 7 o'clock, it's dark. Most of the year, it's dark. Through the summer, it lightens up, fall, but then it starts to get dark early and remain dark through 7 o'clock. And the other fact is that we have increased the walking distance to bus stops. That's the way we've been able to consolidate our stops, is by increasing the walking time to the bus stops. I'm seeing elementary kids walking, and according to the chart, it says up to a half a mile, even I saw a mile on there in the dark to a bus stop. That is kind of a non-negotiable with me. I can't imagine sending my child out to walk a half a mile or even a quarter of a mile by himself in the dark to a bus stop. And those elementary schools that we have on that first run, I'm sure we're going to be running into that. I also have a great deal of trouble seeing those same kids coming home early without anybody there with them, where our older kids are able to get home earlier and take care of them and get them off the buses. So I guess my question is, Dr. Polio, can you assure this community that no elementary child will have to walk in the dark to a bus stop?
No, I can't say that.
See, that for me, safety of these elementary kids trumps the benefits of the later start time for the middle and high school students. I don't want to, we just went through a pandemic. We said we did not want to lose one person if we could avoid it, not one person. And I just feel like, oh my goodness, look what we're doing. We do not want to lose one child by an early start that puts them in the dark like this. So for me, I'm having a great deal of trouble with this. I feel like at this point, if we had enough drivers, it'd be wonderful if everybody could start later. I'd love for the whole system to start later, but we don't have enough drivers. And that to me influences what we can do safely right now. So
We're one of the few districts left who doesn't do that. So I don't know why we're the only district who can't seem to manage this.
I think if you look at the East Coast districts, like you've used 7 o'clock, we're all at 7 o'clock. What's 7 o'clock look like in North Carolina versus 7 o'clock here? What's it look? It's different. It's not the same. And I just cannot get past the dark thing with our kids. So, I mean, my suggestion would be that we move those elementaries to the second time and switch high school, some of the high schools back to the early time, and then have our high school and elementary in the middle, and then have elementary at the third. That would be something that makes sense to me. But this, I mean, I'm telling you, with the kids out in the dark, not everybody can drive a child to the bus stop. And when I saw the distance to those bus stops, I couldn't see it. So anyway, that's my view of this, and I'm one person, so.
Board Member Craig.
just because I'm following you, I don't mean to respond directly to your comments, but I will say we already have lost a child at one of my schools at a bus stop that's dark in the morning. They're dangerous bus stops. We're working to fix that issue, but that it's going to be present for our high school students today. It's not something that can be fixed. Hours are what they are. It's not the proposal I want it. I want all of our high schools at 840. We've been talking about that since 2019. It can't be done. I trust the MIT folks that it can't be done. Hopefully one day it will. And I was disappointed to see the elementaries at 940, 4 of them in my district, but I'm comforted by the fact that all those elementary schools, those families will all have each 3 options available to them within 6 or 7 miles to cure that issue. So I'm comforted by that. I'm happy to take a vote tonight if we could, but I know we got to go through the process and make sure we have all the feedback. Jody, I had a teacher at your school reach out to me, one teacher, tell me that there were 4 students in his first period class that he has not seen since December. It would be malpractice not to do this today or as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Dr. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, a non-negotiable for me is not losing 5 million instructional minutes. That's far more impactful on the lives of our students than I think anything else. You know, the fact that there's a 0.2 mile median distance, if I heard correctly, you know, that's a very, very short distance, as our folks from Boston Alpha Route pointed out. You know, that's compared to other districts throughout the country, that is very accommodating. And we've managed to keep that distance very accommodating. I don't know why sometimes we think we're so different than any other school district, as Dr. Polio pointed out, and John from Alpha Route pointed out. School districts all over the country have done just about everything, if not everything, that we are looking at doing now. I can't imagine there would be any reason that I would not support this. You know, I wish it had been done 10 years ago. So it was a different Board of Education that, you know, would have fixed it and had to deal with it, because it's, you know, it's going to be most inconvenient, of course, for the current population of students who are going to have to adjust and have younger siblings that are coming in and those sorts of things. And, you know, if you don't have kids in the system now, then it'll just be the way it always was, and you won't know any different. But for those of us with kids now, you know, it's going to be an adjustment, but it's an adjustment that just has to be made based on, I don't know how we can, you know, listen to testimony like we have from our educators on the front lines every day, and not vote to do this. So I'm, as of this moment, strongly in favor of it. And I know that a lot of work has gone into it over the course of multiple years, and thankful for everybody that has worked so hard to give us that what I think is surely the best possible solution at the moment. It's not perfect, of course, nothing ever is, but it's, I think, a much improved system over what we're doing now. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw?
Thank you, Chair Porter. Dr. Polio, if this doesn't work, can it be changed the following year?
The following year? Is that what, I'm sorry, how did you end that? My apologies.
Well, can it be changed at any time? If it does not work?
Are you saying we implement this and it doesn't work? Could we?
If it fails.
Well, let me say this first of all, it won't be an option that it fails. All right. And I think the team knows that won't be an option.
But just in case it does.
But without a doubt, I mean, I do think no matter what, we're going to be adjusting it as we go forward and saying we're finding some, just like we do with anything else. But yes, if there are colossal problems with it, there would be malpractice for us not to change.
So you're telling me that if this proposal fails, that the Board of Education can come back and change it?
Yes, sir, without a doubt.
Okay. Thank y'all for being here tonight. We appreciate y'all. So I'm not from Louisville. unfortunately. I grew up in another place. And in that place, there were diversified start times. That's been 25 years ago. I promise y'all it'll be all right. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. All board members have received numerous emails with concerns in them. We have had one community conversation, which people were able to watch if they were virtual. So one of my questions that does not have to be answered at this moment is how many people were able to participate in that virtual forum? Because I am one board member that always says that everybody is not virtual. And how are we getting the questions answered? And how are we getting things?
I'm not sneaking.
Am I supposed to stop?
No, I was just coming up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought my time was up. Okay. The concerns that I'm getting from parents and questions not only involve getting their children to school, but if we close childcare at 5:20 and I work and I don't get off until 6 o'clock and I am the only parent, what am I supposed to do about that? So there are many questions that I think that we are obligated to attempt to answer for the parents that are having issues. Yes, it looks great on paper, but in the real world, when we are talking about transporting our children and picking them up and getting them home, so is there a hotline? I know we can turn in the questions. Are we answering the questions when people turn them into us? Are they being answered right away?
So first of all, thanks, Dr. Paul. Sorry. So we had 1,300 people join us live on the virtual forum where we received about 100 questions, and many of those, a lot of them were repeat questions. The most popular questions that we've heard of, yes, childcare, athletics. What if this time just doesn't work for my family? What can we do? Since then, we now have nearly 3,000 people who have watched since it has been online as well. And our feedback form that we have online has 5,000 plus questions that we have. And so we are going through those and answering as quickly as we can. We also have our Start Smart website where what we're doing, because a lot of these questions are repeat questions or repeat themes. So we're putting those on our frequently asked questions page on our Start Smart website and continuously updating those as they come in. So that's how we're approaching answering the questions at this point, doing it as fast as we can. As for the childcare, also, we are, of course, working with the YMCA and CEP. And then again, as they mentioned, Evolve 502 to work with other community partners. And what has been great so far is that the community partners are really excited and we're really trying to work on a way to figure out how they can help us and make this work because everyone wants to do what's best for the kids.
Thank you. That leads to the next question. I've gotten an email where they've listed corporate organizations in Louisville, Kentucky, and they said, have you talked to this corporation, this corporation, this corporation, because my time to report to work is such and such time. So have we gotten the corporations involved and being willing to let people come to work at 7 o'clock and leave at such and such time to get the student to school and then leave at another time to pick the child up? So the concern for parents is, how do I get my child there? How do I keep my job? Some people, the emails I've gotten, people are saying that they're going to have to quit their job in order to make this work. So it's not that it cannot work, but it seems that as a board or as a district, we are obligated to try to work with the people that have the children that are trying to come to school. So I hear what you're saying. X number of people were on the virtual call. We're answering the questions. I still ask us to think about, what about those people that are not virtual? Are we going to send out something in writing so people will have something? It's nice to say virtual, but in the real world, everybody is not virtual. And it's only fair if we get the information to everybody that has to use it. That's my personal opinion. So, and the other thing I wanted to, we talked about the community forum. We've talked about the parent concerns. So you said, yes, we're working on them. We're answering the questions. Bus driver absences, all of this works if the bus drivers come to work. What is the data as to what the attendance looks like currently for the bus drivers coming to work? If you've had a morning I don't know who's gonna answer, but if you have a morning where you have a large amount bus drivers that do not show up to work, then how will this plan be effective?
Go ahead. So we created this plan based on the availability of bus drivers on an average day, because you're right, on a normal day, bus drivers get sick, they have to call into work. And so we know what the trends in those numbers look like. This plan affords us the opportunity to take advantage of actually having substitute drivers to fill in when there's someone who calls in. We also have what are called open route drivers, and they're kind of like permanent substitutes, if you will, and they'll be available as well. So this affords us the opportunity to take advantage of the resources that we've not been able to because everyone's driving every day to fill in those routes. So we can
Okay.
make it work.
Thank you. My time is up. The other comment, I don't want an answer. Bus drivers want to know what we're going to do about the discipline on the bus. That's one of the reasons that they are leaving us and not staying employed. I don't expect the answer right now. I'm just giving it to you like it was given to me. I don't expect the answer because my time is up. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Again, I hear that we're working on it and we're working on getting the questions answered. I'm concerned for those parents that don't have the opportunity to just get them to school and go back home. Too many people are working nowadays and we have to be responsive, in my opinion, with the parents as well as the students. We'd love to have them there. I get that. But we have to also consider each individual and how they're going to get their child there and how they're going to get them picked up. So I'm going to be quiet because my time is up. Thank you for your presentation this evening. Nice to see our principals here. Thank you very much. So thank you. Any other comments from the board members before we vote to receive this presentation? Ms. Duncan?
I did have a question that came to me about CEP and say, what are parents supposed to do when all they have is a wait list? And they know they can see the time that they're gonna need to drop their child off, but there's no a space available. And I hope that CEP is able to help us with some flexibility on what parents need, because that was one of the questions and I told her I would ask. Thank you.
We're working with CEP and other agencies to increase the amount of slots that are available for families.
Okay, hearing no other questions or comments, is there a motion to receive the presentation regarding the start time proposal? Is there a motion? Motion by Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation this evening. We look forward to seeing you the next time. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to our consent calendar. No items were asked to be pulled down on the consent calendar. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Board Member Duncan, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. At this time, we have several tie bids that Dr. Schuler is going to take care of for us, please.
Complete printer source? Oh. Read all of it? Okay. Items number 18 and 95 and 156 on bid ID 8181 for instructional and office supplies. One draw for 3 items, and the items are awarded to, drum roll please, bid ID number 8181 -18, 95 and 156. Item number 1 on bid ID 8181 for instructional office supplies, and the item is awarded to Complete Printer Source. Items number 28 and 116 on bid ID 8195 for HVAC supplies and equipment. Progress Supply Incorporated. That's it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shore. We'll move on now on our agenda. The next item is the planning calendar. Is there any discussion on the planning calendar? Board Member Marshall?
Thank you, Chair Porter. My question in regards to the planning calendar is, given our action vote tonight to continue our work with the Council for Great City Schools, that will be affecting the future planning calendar, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I think from the chair's comments, and I agree with her, that we will need to build in some special meetings to accommodate the work around the Council of Great City Schools. We just have too many things that would be too late at night if we did those things. So I think they will be mostly special meetings that will work with you and the chair to design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the planning calendar? I would like to ask a question, Dr. Polio, that can be brought back. Don't have to have the answer. I received an email about the number of parents that are reaching out to us about what's happening when their students are being bullied at school. And the email asked, what are our resources and what are our outcomes as to how we're handling bullying throughout the district? And my first question is this something that RMAC should bring back to the board as a report to see how the funding is going? That's question number one. And whatever the answer is, if that is so, would you talk to us at a later time about when that should be put on the planning calendar?
Yes, ma'am. And I think it would be Climate and Culture that would probably bring a presentation to about the resources that are available and the data that you're requesting.
Okay, thank you. So no other board member Craig?
I'm sorry for the late ask. When are we going to start seeing curriculum discussions populated here? I know that we got a lot going on right now, but let me.
Our goal was at the next meeting, March 28th, was to begin just as an update. We're at the end of the process on selecting the curriculum right now, and obviously we want to bring that to you, but with ELA and math, we are expecting the end of March.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to receive the planning calendar, please? Motion by Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda are committee reports. Are there any committee reports this evening? Dr. Chris.
Just to say that the policy committee is meeting Monday, 5 o'clock in this room. Feel free to join us, board members and staff virtually or in person. Thanks.
Okay. Any other committee reports? Board reports. Are there any board reports from our board members? Any board reports? Dr. Shore.
I would just quickly like to salute all of the principals and teachers who coordinated fantastic Black History Month celebrations. There were African-American read-ins, there were plays, there were wax museums. There was a little bit of everything going on across the district. And I had the opportunity to be in many schools and to visit with our students. And I was really impressed by all that I saw and all the ways that Black History Month was celebrated. So thank you for those educators for leading such a wonderful month for our students.
Any other board members? Quickly, I would like to say thank you and congratulations. The YMCA sponsored their Black Achievers celebration that involves students that go to JCPS that will walk away from that celebration with college scholarships. So not only do they recognize students, they recognize adults. So I would like to give a shout out to our students that were recognized that evening. It was a wonderful night of greatness. So thank you to the YMCA. This is not something new. They have done this for a period of time. I would also, again, like to thank everyone for Dr. Marshall, you and your team for the Black History display in the lobby for us also. And also, a shout out to Central High School because they had a read-in similar to what Dr. Shul is talking about. So those are all of my board reports at this time. So next we move on to persons requesting to address the board. I promise I will not read all those directions again because I've read them once and I know you were listening. So we're going to go directly to our list of speakers, please. And the first speaker that we have is Laura McCauley, and she's speaking on the Westport Middle School Facilities Plan. Ms. McCauley, thank you for being here this evening.
There. All right. Good evening. As the chairperson said earlier, you're never gone from JCPS. So here we are, Westport High School alumni. Two other alumni are back here. And what I'm here representing the group of us that are concerned about the progression towards the changing of the school. We are under the understanding that it's a demolition and not a renovation possibly. And so we're curious about that as alumni. And so I have, if you'll look at your handouts, my objectives are to give you some contextual information about why we even care. Why is it important? It's because we are never gone. There's so many of us that went to Westport High School that are still community members and contributors to our community here, that it's important that Westport was important to us. You'll see in their many yearbooks where people went to that school and surprisingly to me even, I'm surprised that our alumni are so invested in the high school that's gone now. You know, but we are. If you go to the Facebook page of Westport High School, or I went to high school when it was I went to Westport when it was high school, you'll see that it's ongoing community engagement and stuff like that. So you need to know that why it's important is because there's a lot of us still here that contribute to the community. And as you'll see in your handout there, there's a lot of people represented in there. That's just a snapshot of who's come out of Westport High School and who's contributed back to the community, our state, or our world in major ways. There's a lot more stories I could have come up with. What I'd like to accomplish here is I'd like to be able to be the representative to get accurate information to take back to the alumni, because there's a lot of rumors out there. So if we can find a way where I can be the person that can gain information to communicate back to them, so we can, there's all kinds of rumors, y'all. And so if we can somehow find a way to mute, yeah. Oh, I got you then. Okay, so we'll be getting together. And then also, we'd like to acquire your all's support and commitment to us trying to maybe find a way to keep our memory going there on the Westport property, whether, I mean, we're hearing it's going to be a middle school. We're hearing it's going to be the next Van Hoos Center. We're hearing lots of things. So we want to diffuse. I mean, we don't care. It's not that. We would like to keep some of the structural building if we could, but more we want to keep the memory alive. So maybe finding ways you and I can communicate and find some ways where we can keep the historical integrity of the school there and a place for us to go publicly for the alumni and the public to come and
Thank you. I think there's a date about a homecoming or something. So please pay attention to our handout, please. Please note that. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Emmanuel Nicolas. Okay, and he is going to speak to us on the board policy 05.548 that deals with weapons and dangerous instruments. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of students like Rashad Nash, the young man who presented to you tonight, who are under board policy 5.48. Rashad and his parents asked his name in his case be used in this proposal to align board policy 5.48 to our racial equity pillar, our restorative discipline practices, and our vision to empower and inspire all students to reach their full potential. Policy 5.48 prohibits the carrying, bringing, using, and possession of any weapons on school property. Violations to this policy results in the recommendation of either expulsion for a minimum of 1 year from district schools or assignment to an alternative school. Let us be clear. We understand any violation to this policy is dangerous, may be a felony, and should not be taken lightly. The question for us is, can we keep our schools safe and better align this policy with our vision to empower and inspire all students to reach their full potential, including the violators of this policy? Despite demonstrating in court and in writing the unintentional nature of his possession, that is, Rashad did not know. Rashad's appeals to return to regular school were denied. An inquiry with the Assistant General Counsel explained that the intentional violator in this case and the unwitting accomplice, Rashad, both get the same consequence of 1 calendar year at an alternative school. Upon reviewing the policy, as written, it does not distinguish between the two. If we are honest, removal from regular school is punishment. It's a severe punishment for 1 year. Is it a right punishment for an unwitting violator? No. In addition to the stigma this consequence creates, removal from school, regular school, also removes positive influence like positive peer relationships, being around students with high aspirations, positive activities like clubs and sports, and it removes them from academic pathways only available at our regular schools. Every day, students like Rashad Nash are at an alternative school is 1 day further away from reaching their full potential. We have 5 recommendations for this policy. I've detailed them out for you in the handout. Recommendation 1 include a safety assessment on the violator when assigning the initial consequence. There's a difference between an intentional versus an unwitting violator. Please read the rest of the recommendations, and please consider that we can use these recommendations to better align this policy with the students' potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us this evening. Our next speaker is Sarah Shermner, and she is speaking on sibling preference for magnet school waiting list. Welcome, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you. Do I press this now? Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Polio and board members. I appreciate your involvement in this issue. I'm here tonight to call on JCPS, representing 230 petitioners, to immediately implement a more progressive, balanced, thoughtful, and reasonable policy for elementary magnet school admissions by prioritizing at-risk students, siblings of current students, and teachers' children to emphasize equity, diversity, and school community engagement. My name is Sarah Shermer. I have 2 kids, Sam 9, a 4th grader at Hawthorne, and Max 4, who will start kindergarten this fall. Sam has been at Hawthorne since kindergarten when JCPS placed him there in 2018 as a reside school. Hawthorne is a supportive school community and family. Sam is a proficient Spanish speaker at the age of 9 because of the Spanish immersion curriculum. Attending our neighborhood school has allowed us to be engaged in and committed to our school. The 2022 JCPS changes converted Hawthorne into a 100% magnet school instead of a magnet reside school. Because the random lottery has no sibling preference, our youngest is number 34 on a wait list of 85 students who applied for one of the 75 kindergartner spots at Hawthorne. Having no transition plan for current resides families means our family has little to no hope for both of our boys to attend what has always been our neighborhood school and the elementary school where JCPS placed our oldest 5 years ago. Now with the proposed school time changes, we may have one child starting elementary school at 7:40 and the other starting another elementary school at 9:40. When expressing my concern to the school assignment office, I was told that I could pull my oldest son out of his school community of 5 years and apply for a transfer to place him wherever my youngest is placed. I know that you, JCPS, wants what's best for children, families, and schools, and this isn't it. I know you want committed and engaged families. My family's own situation got me thinking about the hundreds of other families in Jefferson County who may want their children to attend a magnet elementary school. For some families, having their children attend a magnet school that aligns with their interests and priorities can be an amazing life changer. And it goes without saying, but I'll say it, that we should not be making teachers' lives more difficult. By adhering so tightly to a strict lottery system for admissions, families are given a slim and random chance of having their children attend the same elementary school. How is this strict lottery equitable? It's not. It's not equitable to assume that a single working parent, for instance, will choose to navigate two different school locations, start and end times, administrations, and childcare needs that come with those differences. By placing obstacle after obstacle, many families working very hard to meet their basic needs under difficult circumstances will never consider these elementary magnet schools to be an option for their family. The lottery self-selects for families who have enough resources and flexibility to work around these obstacles. This is not equitable. It is time for JCPS to align magnet admission.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Our next speaker is George Sheelan to speak on discipline. George Sheelan to speak on discipline. Our next speaker is Latanya Herner. Latanya Herner to speak on the Smart Start Time proposal. Our next speaker is Kara Amerman, who's going to talk about the Smart Start Time proposal. Welcome. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Kara Amerman. I'm a proud principal for Jefferson County Public Schools. I also have 3 students that attend Jefferson County Public Schools, and I will not repeat what my colleagues have already articulated this evening, but I thought it was important as a passionate educator and supporter of JCPS to show my support, even in the long hours of tonight after a work day, because I think, as they have so eloquently stated, a change is needed. It's uncomfortable, but it's needed for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And I should have said principal. My fault. Our next speaker is Principal Steve Howard. Principal Steve Howard, who will talk about the Smart Start Time proposal. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Porter, board members, Dr. Polio. I proudly represent Southwest Jefferson County and Johnsontown Road Elementary. If you're wanting to know where that's at, we always say right across the street from Mike Lenig's. So to get a reference point for people, Johnsontown Road is a very small school, elementary school in Southwest Jefferson County. We have 330 students. We have 8 buses. Of those 8 buses, 7 of those have been late at some time this year, 46 different times. Of those 330 students, 160 of those students have been late for school because of a late bus. That's 48% of our student population that has been late and missed instructional time because of late buses. That equates to over 1,500 instructional minutes that have been lost, approximately 4 full school days. And so it is impactful. If you asked most educators, what are the most important time of the day for teaching, they will tell you the first 2 hours after a student gets breakfast and they get engaged in learning. So that first 2 hours are critical for us. That's when our reading blocks happen at Johnsontown Road. Our buses sometimes don't arrive until 10:15. So we're talking an hour and 10 minutes of lost instruction. Now, again, I realize we're a very small school and just a small piece in Southwest Jefferson County, but we've been doing very well achievement-wise, and it has affected us. There's no doubt about it, and it affected our kids. So we are supportive of the change. When I presented this to our staff, they looked at me and said, "Did you choose our time?" Because we are at 9:30. And of course, once I assured them I didn't choose their time, and they, of course, some wanted earlier times. They're all fine with it. They're all staying and they want to stay. They're committed to their school community. Now, I hope that doesn't change, but if it does, there's options available to them, and I'll be supportive of that. Letters that I've sent home to parents and communications with parents have not met any resistance thus far. And while I can't guarantee that that won't happen and that parents won't choose possibly another school in our choice area for a different time, none have expressed a desire to leave Johnsontown Road. They're going to adjust. I hope that's the case, and I hope we can keep them all. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Our next speaker is Principal Toetta Towle. Principal Toetta. Welcome and thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening, Board. We realize change is difficult and this proposed time may alter the lives of many, but it also has the potential to have a major impact on student outcomes. Currently at Iroquois High School, where I'm the proud principal, our daily attendance is 70%, and approximately 30% of our racially diverse, high-need student population is chronically absent. Excuse me. As we work to focus on our two main improvement priorities, which are data curriculum instruction, as well as utilizing data to inform instruction, it is very important that we have our students at school every single day. On an average day, we have students who arrive at least 10 minutes late, and whereas it may not be as drastic at other schools, it definitely hinders us being able to provide breakfast for our students with scheduling issues, and then more importantly, being able to build those connections with our students in the classroom. Moreover, in the afternoon, we have students who stay until at least 3:20. Sometimes in our large or our auditorium, we have almost 200 to 300 students. And unfortunately, sometimes that is where some of our behavioral issues arise for various reasons. And so having our students to have the opportunity to go home when everyone else is able to go home at 2:20 is very important. We realize that for some of our staff, that this is a major impact. So we're hoping that the board will definitely adhere to the expectation of providing accommodations for our staff, because considering that our vision is that we want to make sure we retain teachers, it's very important that we support and provide those accommodations to our staff to ensure that they retain, and even more so that we're able to onboard staff who want to be there, who represent our student population. So we definitely hope that as you continue to make equitable changes and policies for all schools, that you make sure that you consider Iroquois High School as well. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this evening. Our next speaker is Principal Monica Hunter. Principal Hunter. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. Like Kara Amerman, I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has said because I've experienced those things in my current capacity and previously. But what I will add is at my previous school, before I became the principal of W.E.B. Du Bois Academy, we experienced students who didn't arrive to school until 2 to 3 hours after school started. Towards the end of the school year, we ran an audit report on those students to see who was actually in course recovery as a result of not going to their first period class. 95% of those students were African-American, and they were in course recovery classes to make up for that lost instructional time. So I am in favor of the Smart Start times, not for my current school, because we're not really impacted by that, but the entire district. It's not just about one school, it's about all of us as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Our next speaker is Principal Christy Horn. Principal Horn, thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you. I was hoping I would be last. Maybe I am. My name is Christy Horn. I'm the proud principal at Cane Run Elementary School and a proud JCBS graduate. As a school leader, student-centered decisions are always the priority. As a school leader, consistency and communication is also top priority. Each morning, like many of you have shared before, I wake up and check my email for late buses, delays, and then quickly send communications out to my families. In the afternoon, like today, I am notified from the bus compound that there will be a delay picking them up from school. This board meeting tonight, while it's been a long night, is truly an opportunity to share with you how that affects us at the school level. Cane Run has 3 committees. We have backpack, culture and climate, and and racial equity. And all of our teachers and administration are part of those committees. We met today to do that, to get started on it. Well, not get started, keep continuing that important work. Today, our committees met, yet we had 52 students still that had to be supervised. Our students are tired at the end of the day. Students like mine in an accelerated improvement school and have enough challenges in front of them and already. And frankly, they shouldn't have to wait 55 minutes to go just to get picked up from school to go home after the day. They deserve better, and we must do better. All decisions made should be student-centered, and changing the start times is what is best for students. They deserve this well-researched plan. They deserve consistency in their school day. And most importantly, our students deserve 100% of their instructional minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal, for being here this evening. Our last speaker for the evening is Mr. James Wilkins, and he's a crossing guard. Mr. James Wilkins, who is a crossing guard. I do not see Mr. Wilkins, so that completes our speakers for this evening. There is no executive session scheduled for this evening. There are no additional action items this evening. So at this time being 9:15 p.m., is there a motion for adjournment, please? Dr. Schul, seconded by Dr. Chris. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Board member, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. Thank you very much.